Welcome everyone to the first European Science Diplomacy Alliance satellite event as part of the Marie Curie Alumni Association annual conference. My name is Mustafa. I'm the current co-chair of the European Science Diplomacy Alliance. It is my pleasure to welcome the co-chair and our host today, Fernanda Bajanca, who is the chair of Marie Curie Alumni Association. A very short introduction about Fernanda. She started her MCAA journey quite some time ago as the chair of the policy working group, and she was the advisory member of the MSCA. And later she became the vice chair of the association and now the chair of the association. So Fernanda was truly instrumental, basically streamlining all our policy activities. So whatever you see today is due to her great leadership in the policy working group and then at the board as a vice chair and the chair. We also have Alexandra Dubiny, who is the vice chair of the Marie Curie Alumni Association and the host of the whole conference. Right now I would like to ask Fernanda to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mustafa, for the kind words. Good afternoon to all. As the chair of the executive committee of the Marie Curie Alumni Association and co-chair of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance, it is my pleasure to welcome you all at the satellite event and this beautiful city of Andalusia. The past, present and future of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance will focus on what we achieved so far and how can we better collaborate in the future. Currently, the world is going through its several complex challenges, from pandemic to climate change. In order to tackle such future challenges, there needs to be cooperation at the global level among diverse stakeholders that include scientists, policymakers, diplomats, among many others. That is quite challenging. We would need to work as a united front. And this is the reason this year's MCAA annual conference is also focused on a relevant topic. The theme of this year's conference is Challenges in Science Diplomacy and Sustainable Development. In that context, the satellite event will add a great value on how Europe can come together to face these challenges. I truly hope that these diverse talks we are going to hear here today will give you food for thought for future collaboration. Thank you very much, and I'll pass the microphone to Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Fernanda. So just a very short overview of what we are expecting today. So we have a really, really packed agenda. At the beginning, we thought of a panel discussion, but due to the unavailability and confirmation issues of some of the speakers, we are going through with the format that there will be presentation and then there will be question answer or discussion. So you are welcome to raise question here, but also who are online, please feel free to write it in the chat. One of our team members will get back with the questions. Yeah? At the beginning, I would be presenting our work program. I think whoever you are here already know what the Alliance is, how it operates, but the event is basically reflecting on what has happened in the past. So we would start with, after my presentation, with Elke, who is, we call her in a way the mother of the Science Diplomacy Alliance, together with the two other projects, and then we will hear from Angela as well as Claire and Eric and Izaskun, who will be our future chair of the Alliance. So just some practical details. If you are tweeting, please use these two hashtags. Also, if you have any questions or comment, as I said, please raise it, feel free to raise it. This is not a very formal event, so we are here to discuss, we are here to reflect what happened in the past, but also how as an alliance we are going to take care of the future challenges Fernanda mentioned and some of the speakers will mention. So before we go through with the work program of MCAA, a very brief introduction. what MCAA is. It is an, I'm sure all of you know by now, but it is an international non-profit association based in Belgium. We have over 20,000 members from 150 countries from all different research fields, different geography, different culture. And that makes us quite a unique organization who could work on science diplomacy. What we try to do is generally, other than the science diplomacy, understand the challenges faced by researchers and communicate these challenges with the relevant stakeholder and provide opportunities for researchers. When we talk about science diplomacy in our organization, we actually have quite some good example. And I always bring, some of you were in the Brussels event last month, I always bring a perfect example of Western Balkan chapter, how it was started in MCAA. You know that due to the past history, there are conflicting situations. But in our chapter, or in our association, there were several members from the region of Western Balkan who got together, were coming from the region where there are conflicts, and then they came together with a common goal to really improve the scientific collaboration, and then they form a chapter. Also, one of the personal example is basically Radenka, who is or was the chair of the chapter, the founding chair of the chapter, who really facilitated that perfectly. Similarly, with our Latin America, we have a great example. So as an organization, we are present in different regions. Some are, even the conflict is happening right now, and we do have a lot of initiatives focusing on the science diplomacy, supporting the researchers. This includes basically what is happening in Ukraine. MCA has its own support system for the researchers and members from the Ukraine in collaboration with the like-minded organization. Now, just based on that we really believe the power of science diplomacy. And this is the reason why the guiding theme of our work program is science diplomacy for enhancing cooperation. Like the past format, we have two chairs, the chair of the association, Fernanda, and myself, who are basically supporting the work of the alliance in the next couple of months. Now, the first priority of the alliance is basically to provide an organizational stability. And when I talk about the organizational stability, these are our suggestions. This needs to be properly discussed in our General Assembly, which will be happening in April or May. We will send the invitation to all the members. But we have seen in the past that we do not have a legal status, for example, and that creates a problem for the alliance to take part in activities or in projects. So we are basically thinking about how to overcome this, whether we could have a legal structure we are discussing two different countries, but we will update you at later stage. Then I think we are at a right point right now in the alliance to reevaluate what we have done in the past, and especially looking at the working group. We have really a lot of number of working group, and we need to see and reevaluate how many of them would like to continue doing the work. Is there a need for the new working group? And this is the reason, I would say, the beginning of April or end of March, we will be sending a survey to all the members of the alliance regarding their expectation, the role they would like to contribute. And of course, we would also see how we could support the European science diplomacy agenda. I think Gianmarco will talk a bit more on this. And basically enhance our collaboration with the global partner. It's good that actually by this meeting under our time in the presidency, we already received more than 3 applications from the global networking partner, and that includes even country from Asia, which is far reach in terms of Europe. So this is a good point to start. Then the second priority is basically, with the global networking partner. One is, of course, this event. And then some of us had the pleasure to join the World Science Forum in Africa. And as you know, that Africa is having South Africa will be the science diplomacy capital of Africa. And there is a lot of collaboration going on at the European level, not only on science diplomacy. So we would be also collaborating with the counterpart of the African team and see how we could enhance the collaboration between the organization. And Another point, which is the last point, which is interesting, if you look at the Science Diplomacy Alliance, we do have global networking partner, even from Canada and different organizations, but the global organization who somehow are representative of science diplomacy, for example, International Science Council, IISS, INGSA, are missing. And we had an informal talk with them already, so this would be another opportunity what we would invite all the chairs of the alliance to join another formal talk with them with the Chatham House rule, how we could support each other and what is their envision to progress this. Last but not the least, I mean, we are really glad that the European Commission, under the leadership of Jan Marco Müller, now we have the European Science Diplomacy Agenda, or ESDA roadmap, where some of you are already part. You will see that there will be the working group, opening call for the working group members. I will let Jan Marco to explain that. But there are 2 points what we, MCAA as an organization, we would like to mention. This is personally, some of you who knows me, I was talking about this quite some time, is really installing a fellowship program like IISS in Europe. This is absolutely needed. We need to customize that for Europe, how we do that, and what are the organization would be supporting that, but we absolutely need it. Because we have a gap, an expectation gap and training gap between researchers and diplomats. And we, it's a two cultural language or two different language. So this gap needs to be only done via not only theoretical training, but also practical training. So this is something we would really like to advocate for. And the second thing is basically establishment of the chief scientific advisor in the member states or similar mechanisms. Yeah. And of course, the structured collaboration, particularly with the DGRTD for the European Science Diplomacy Agenda. So with this, I would just summarize. This was our work program. It's already at the website. So let us know if you have any idea. We are very open. In the nature of the MCAA as an organization, is a volunteer-run organization. So we are welcome. We will welcome your input, and we would be happy to collaborate with you. With this, I think thank you very much for your attention. Let me check the time. I think we are quite okay, I would say. So then we would move to the second session, and here we would like to hear from all our chairs who are the past chairs, starting from Elke, and then Angela, and then Claire, Eric, and Izaskun. So basically what was their vision and what was their achievement and how we could, what is the future of the alliance. So Elke, I don't know if you could hear us. And
wonderfully. I don't know if you can hear me now. Okay, I'm testing my my screen, my speech. I hope you can hear me, or
we can hear you. Just a moment, Elke. Maybe is there a volume? I think it's. Can everyone hear her at the back? Okay, perfect. We need to see the presentation.
Yes, I'm sharing it, but I think your technical staff is going to put it up somewhere for you to see as well. And thanks for the introduction, and I'm so sorry. Yesterday my flight to Malaga was leaving without me. It's booked. I was supposed to be there. Yeah, I'm very sad to not be there in person and have all these exciting discussions with you. My first slide gives a little bit of a title because, as you said, I am you called it a mother, Jan Marco recently called it a midwife, so I feel very feminine in my role towards this alliance, this baby that I co-created with other mothers and fathers. And how was the alliance launched? The role of expertise for C, because as you said in the setting the scene session, we are reflecting a little bit also on what is in the past. In the meantime, I hope you see the slides.
Not yet, Elke. Sorry, just a moment.
well, I don't want to waste too much of your time in terms of technicalities. Should I wait or?
Yeah, just 1 more minute and then we can continue.
Tell her first slides are fine. It's ours.
Okay. LK, you are streaming online and your slides are fine. It's the on-site we cannot see, yeah? So.
Okay, that's already good to know.
Yeah, it was there now. So please go on, LK. We will share the slides anyway after the event, so please go on.
Of course. No, and compliments for having managed even this situation with online and offline participants. I know how it is. In this case, really big compliments for the organization of this event. Thanks a lot. I wanted to present, I was also revisiting a little bit the slides that I had for our final conference to say, okay, this project using science formed in diplomacy for addressing global challenges, S for D for C, it already now feels a little bit really from the past. The two worlds, both science and diplomacy, are evolving extremely fast. We more and more need the literacy of this aspect. We were working on this for 3 years and 4 months actually, and the project has ended in April 2021. Now we are having 2023, so I'm quite proud actually as an EU project that we have managed to really create this as a sustainability strategy. So already from the start we were thinking, what do we want after the project? And I think this really, today's meeting and all the activities that you have planned are proving how this succeeded actually from April 2021 to remain and stay a very lively community. In this project we had 10 partners from science and practice, also a diplomatic academy, international organization, etc. And we had some international associated partners. Out of those, not all of them are the founding members of the Alliance. So what we were doing was, we were working in a kind of variable geometry with the other projects that were funded on the same topics. Our project had 3 main events. The Madrid Declaration, I think, is one that is a very strong foundation already in 2018. And then in Berlin, we were really like presenting a call for systemic change. And in the 3rd online conference in 2021, during the pandemic and so on, we had, I think, 700 participants in a huge online event that our colleagues from Spain were really putting to life, where we have this soft launch of the Alliance. This is also how old it is, and I had the pleasure to be the founding chair of the Alliance. In the project, we had a very, very broad outreach. We counted in these 3 years 6,000 and more trainees and interested users from more than 100 countries, and really very lively exchange. We had a lot of conceptual and policy papers. It was a research and innovation action after all, and so scientific outputs were also in the focus. And this is one of the things, of course, now with all these voluntary contributions and the funding from the project lacking, there are indeed a little less possibilities with the outreach and with the output work, but we do and we succeed, and we have some nice policy paper that we can refer to, and I think this would be further. Similar with the training output, this was very much in the focus of the project as well, and in the Alliance we have a working group to do that and continue. To conclude, because 5 minutes is also very short, I wanted to share 5 lessons. The work of the sister project was really, really very, very important. I think this gave us a lot of synergy potentials, and also sparked us to be very ambitious because we saw what the others were doing and wanted to be better. I think another success criteria was to address the sustainability strategy from very early on in the project, and to be quite clear about it that this is something that we want and that bring this thematic further beyond the traditional project funding. I want to say that our project in a way covers the nice side of science diplomacy. It's all about making the world a better place and combating climate change and health challenges. We have case studies related to the Zika epidemics, and we had case studies on how to use sesame in the Middle East. Quite nice issues. The world is in fact changing, and I think this is also to be taken note of. Science diplomacy as an interaction space was one of the key learnings for me. So it's not something that you have to always strive for. Sometimes it just happens if you want it or not. Your research might just happen to be set in a country where suddenly you cannot implement your research anymore, or it might happen that you collaborate with Russians and Ukrainians, and suddenly there isn't science diplomacy interaction space that you somehow have to cope with. So one of the nice I came out of from this project. And science diplomacy being explicit changes the and the of science diplomacy also sometimes has a lot of power, and in our interviews it came out quite a few times. Some actors prefer to not call things they do science diplomacy, even if they also act diplomacy, the law change a lot, and they might not want to use it, even if they do it. These were 5 lessons that I thought I want to put on the table because they were part of my things that I brought to the foundation of this alliance. And with this, I close sharing my presentation and apologize if I have been a few minutes too longer.
Thank you very much, Elke, and apologies once again for the technical difficulty. We will share the slide afterwards. Just remember that you also has given access to the online technical issues.
I didn't hear it. I hope this is all fine and the sword was fine.
Brussels office of the DLRPT, and in the second half of 2021, there's an echo, or do I just hear it? No, I don't. Should I use? Okay, thank you. took over the chairmanship or the chairwomanship of the Alliance in July of 2021. We being my colleague Stella Reschke, who you can see in the photo. And after trying to give it quite a bit of thought of how we wanted to go about our chairmanship and thinking about the focus areas, we decided, since there was already an extremely solid foundation that Elke and the other partners had already managed to create in an extremely short period of time, that we wanted to make sure that we anchor the Alliance also, and that's why I think it was important that we were working from Brussels, that we anchored in the context of the different EU stakeholders and interested committees. And that led us to actually put quite a bit of an emphasis on different events. So we organized several events during the 6 months period. One of the first first activities that we actually organized was a training for cost. Because the issue of capacity building, not only in some of the EU projects, especially in the project S4D4C, but also in other instances, the concept of building capacities in the science diplomacy realm, especially creating an awareness for science diplomacy amongst researchers, we consider to be imperative. So we were very happy to have the opportunity in the context of a 2-day training to reach out to cost grantees and researchers to give them an introduction into science diplomacy. And we did this with several of our partners from the Science Diplomacy Alliance. So this was a joint effort that the DRLR led, but which we only were able to do in, I think, such an also interesting and holistic manner, is because we were able to do it with a number of our alliance partners. And then we actually had the opportunity to take up the issue of science diplomacy on a very large-scale arena, because we were part of the United Nations General Assembly 76, the UNGA 76 summit in September of 2021, where we organized a workshop. That was also quite international in scope. We had panelists from Canada, from South Africa. We had Peter Gleckman from New Zealand. So it was, I think we were managed to give it a very wide scope. After that, taking it down quite a bit, we have a format called Brussels Future Talk, and we were looking at reaching out to the younger generation, because it was within our concept that getting young researchers on board on this issue at very early on in their careers was an important aspect of getting making science diplomacy work on a working level, getting that awareness into also the career strategies and the communication strategies of researchers. So we did an online event. This is all, of course, right in the middle of COVID, so everything was virtual and everything was a bit more of a challenge. Trying to organize these different events, but basically that was what we were focusing on during our 6 months. And I think for us personally, it was an extremely enriching time, because we ourselves got so many insights. So many insights into the different environments and the different working realities of the science diplomacy stakeholders. So we have continued, oops, where am I? I'm a bit, here we go. Okay, we have continued fostering this dialogue that we initially based in these 6 months, and also continuing to work with our Alliance colleagues on taking the science diplomacy in all of its aspects a step further, and offering different stakeholders the opportunity to discuss and develop different aspects and different activities within this concept. So in the fall of last year, we were focusing on the issue of urban diplomacy with Alexis. So this was something we did with our partners again from the Alliance. I think most challenging workshop we actually did was at the SAPEA conference, because this was right after the Ukraine war broke out. Just weeks afterwards, we organized a workshop on science diplomacy in times of urgency, and had a researcher from the Ukraine also join us. And also we were able to include several diplomats in this conversation. So this was something that we only, which showed the many, and also the many difficult facets of science diplomacy, that it is not only about fostering science diplomacy in times of easy traveling, but this is global situation has taken science diplomacy to a level that we also in the Alliance need to address. After that, we were looking at science diplomacy in the context from data to policy implementation. Which was looking more at the level of instruments, because of course the role of instruments in this overall context of making science diplomacy operational is a big issue. And last but not least, we were also privileged to organize a workshop during the European African Cooperation Summit in, I think it was February of 2022. So as you can see, we are continuing with this format, and I think we can say that it was inspiring that during those 6 months, we set the groundwork for taking up these different facets of science diplomacy, and we will continue to do so. In the future, we hope that, especially with our format, Brussels Science Future Talks, we will continue to focus on very different aspects of taking science diplomacy forward. As I mentioned initially, capacity building, of course, is also a very important aspect. And we were very happy that we had the opportunity to introduce a very short training on science diplomacy at the European Diplomatic Program. And then we're developing a master's course for the UN Environment Program. And I'm not going to bother you with all of these different activities that we have been promoting, but I would like to take the time to say that there are other EU-funded projects that are now looking at the issue of science diplomacy, especially the project on, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong slide. Apologies. On the MCAA advocacy, it's fostering international cooperation, looking much broader at countries not yet as involved in MCAA as, for instance, Korea and other Asian countries, with a broad outreach. And then there is the Enrich project that is also has many different global foci, but I just decided to look at this one. This is focusing on the US, just to see that these different projects actually do cover the globe, and their foundation is within the EU and the EU approach to science diplomacy. So I think if you're looking to get a broader focus of what's going on, then this might be an interesting platform for you. And the last one, no, what did I do wrong? And then one last aspect that we are also trying to bring forward is the interface between foresight activities, anticipatory science diplomacy. This is something that is a new realm that we are focusing on. So if you are interested in any of these perspectives and facets of science diplomacy, we are located in Brussels. So please feel free to discuss science diplomacy on any level you wish. We'll love to share coffee with you. Rue de Tron, right across, around the corner from the Parliament. So
thank you very much, Angela. Appreciate it. So we will take the questions for all the chairs together, not at this moment. So I would invite Claire to provide her talk. Yeah, you would need to switch. See Claire. Don't leave.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every group is later, after Claire.
Sorry, Eric. Claire will take it. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Claire Mays. I represent the InSide project, which was one of the 3 projects that was at the foundation of the Alliance. And I was privileged to be in the 3rd co-chairship with Professor Pascal Griset, who was the coordinator of InSide project. I'm not going to tell you what we did during our chairship. I am a social psychologist, and Pascal Griset and most of the colleagues from InSide are historians of science and technology. So both those disciplinary orientations mean that I thought that it would be right for me to concentrate on the human interest of science diplomacy and the actors, and with a special nod to the fact that I think that if you're here today and if you're listening online, very likely you want to know more about the inside life of science diplomacy, and you want to participate in that inside life. Not inside with extra S's and capital letters, but so I just wanted to say about the Alliance that remind you, as the 2 preceding speakers have made it clear, that the Alliance is rooted in research projects, and the research outputs and the consolidating documents and also activities, fellowships, courses, network building, all of these form a rich resource for people like you who are interested, who are personally interested, who are vitally interested in science diplomacy. What does it mean? How is it done? How can I enter this world? So I'll just remind you the outputs are available on our website, which is science-diplomacy.eu. And I wanted to especially say, thinking back to the 3 projects, that it was important for all of us to be able to talk with the actors. It wasn't just desk research, it wasn't just ivory tower research. It was conversing with individuals and with practitioners, recording words, views, experience, confronting different stakeholder roles and different stakeholder interpretations. And although there's a lot of literature, and of course there's also critical literature to turn things on its head, a lot of literature about what science diplomacy can do to ask good questions. Actually, no, sorry, that's something I want to introduce next, there are a lot of normative or aspirational goals for what science diplomacy can do, but our practitioners really urged us to think about the backstage demands, what's happening in science diplomacy. That's where the inside book, whose slide you've been looking at for the last couple of minutes, that's where the inside book comes in. I'm just projecting to you, without commentary, the front page of each of the 28 cases which are in the inside book. And shamelessly, I have bookmarks here with the open access download link. You also had it on the first slide. And on Saturday, I think that I'll have some hard copies here. What we learned from our practitioners live and what we have documented with historical case studies that run from the late 18th century through the early 21st century, what we have learned is that the goals, the values, the aspirations that are underlying science diplomacy are as vast, different, and messy as the human heart, as geopolitics, as society, as global challenges, as complex things like climate change. It's a big mess. And so if you want to enter into this global arena, this big mess arena, I really advise that you should put yourself into the brainstorming mode, and this conference here is part of that brainstorming opportunity. I'm also advocating that you have a look at these 28 case studies just to start understanding the messy desires, goals, conflicts, competitions, intended and unintended relationships, anticipated and unanticipated multi-level actions that characterize science diplomacy. And from there, perhaps from there, and leaning on your networks that the Alliance and that beautifully your Alumni Association offer to you, see how you will be making your own entry into science diplomacy. So, I'll let it.
Thank you very much, Claire. Perfectly on time. So now it is my pleasure to introduce the last chair of the Alliance, which is Eric Pieck. Eric is online, so good. So Eric, the floor is yours. I will give a reminder exactly after 5 minutes.
Oh, very good. I'll try to keep it under 5 minutes. And first and foremost, I would like to apologize in case any industrial background music distracts me. It's courtesy of the construction going on the street outside. But just to follow up on what Claire was saying, I have that book right here. You can't really see it, but it's a wonderful collection of case studies. For anybody that's not familiar with it, I would highly recommend it. So yes, my name is Eric Piaget. I'm a researcher at the United Nations University in Bruges, and I had the great privilege of serving as co-chair of the Alliance from July until December 2022. So fairly recently it was Mustafa and the Marie Curie Alumni Association that took over from myself and my colleague Luc van Langenhove, who I think is one of these names in science diplomacy that is quite well known. He helped coordinate or lead the first Horizon project dedicated to science diplomacy, ELCID, European Leadership in Cultural Science and Innovation Diplomacy. And once that came to an end, he established at the United Nations University in Bruges UNTRAD, which is the Joint Unit on Non-Traditional Diplomacy, which joint because it's UN-UCRIS in Bruges, and then also the Brussels School of Government at the VUB. And that builds upon the legacy of ELCID, and I think it's a very good network in the sense that UN-UCRIS is part of the UNU, which is part of the United Nations family, and VUB is, of course, in Brussels, which is a very internationally minded city, but also it is part of one of these university alliances called Utopia with 10 other universities around Europe, and that actually just received funding for science diplomacy activities. So through these sort of combined networks, the UNTRAD presidency of the Science Diplomacy Alliance, I think, managed to reach lots of new horizons, you could say. The main priority of our presidency centered around the notion of empowerment. It was empowering the alliance administratively on one hand, and empowering it theoretically, the notion of science diplomacy theoretically on the other hand. I think we've had our report card. I think was pretty good. Of course, we wanted to do a lot more things than we managed to do, but I think we got the ball rolling in the right direction. So when it came to empowering the alliance administratively, it was, as Mustafa said in his opening remarks, there's no legal personality, which actually makes getting any sort of funding very, very difficult. So we started the discussions regarding that, and of course it's probably going to be some time before any decision is made, but once the discussions start, that's the first step towards having a conclusion. And that would also, one thing that's attached to that is to try to find a secretariat. And I think there are some very interesting ideas in the pipeline for that, but of course there's nothing set in stone at the moment. But that was the first notion of empowerment. And the second one was to empower science diplomacy more theoretically. And I think the interesting backdrop at the time of our presidency was, of course, this horrible war, which tomorrow will will mark its 1 year anniversary. And I think a big question on many people's minds is how to position scientific relations vis-a-vis countries that are, such as Russia, authoritarian, autocratic, illiberal, non-like-minded, you could call it, if you want to use diplomatic wording. But that was one big question that we've had, and we actually established a working group within the Alliance to focus on that, led by our colleague Rasmus Bertelsen. And we will probably be having another meeting next month, and the objective of that is to create a rules of the road for dealing with non-like-minded countries when it comes to scientific interactions. And we also, as part of our presidency, had wanted to have a conference within our 6-month time window, but other things got in the way, and we ended up having it last month in January in Brussels. And many of you from the Alliance, I was very happy to have had so many people from the Alliance come, and we focused on the thinking aspect of science diplomacy, looking at the theoretical underpinnings of it, and then debating the situation of science diplomacy in the geopolitical context, and then shaping, which is how can science diplomacy move forward. And there were some very fruitful discussions from that, and actually I'm working on the paper, which I hope next week we'll be able to publish, so please keep an eye out for that. And yes, on that note, well, I'm very, very sorry to not be there in person in sunny Spain, and instead I'm in overcast Belgium, but it's nonetheless a great privilege to be in the company of all of you. And I hope you find this side event to be very fruitful. And thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for being perfectly on time. May I invite Izaskun to come here, and Izaskun will be the chair of the Future Alliance from June onwards. So.
Thank you, Mustafa. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I had a few slides, but I think I'm not going to use it because we are already running late and pretty much everything has been said already. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. So my name is Izaskun Lacunza. I work at the Paris Foundation for Science and Technology, and we were partners at the S44C project, one of the science diplomacy projects that was funded in Horizon 2020, and we will be the next chairs of the Alliance. So when I was coming here, I was trying to make trying to remember how everything happened. And in a way, I have to say that Horizon 2020, the end of Horizon 2020, was probably the golden age for science diplomacy, European Union science diplomacy, right? 3 huge consortia were funded, and many of the members alliance in these consortiums. We fell in love with each other. It was a super diverse network of diplomats, policymakers, researchers. It was truly amazing. And I think that among all of us, we worked together to create a common idea of what European Union science diplomacy should look like. It is true that back then the world was something different to what we are facing now, but there was a common ground of what we think the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance should look like, strategy. The alliance was created precisely not to lose that momentum of the European Union science diplomacy. We were leading the, I would say, the intellectual discourse about science diplomacy in the world. And we, as partners of the consortia, didn't want to leave that, die somehow. And this is precisely why the alliance was created. We wanted to maintain and grow the network, and I think that we have achieved that successfully. We also wanted to have an impact on European Union policy, and I think we achieved that as well. Much of our work fed into the Council conclusions, into the Strategic Forum for International Cooperation. We did have an impact in policy. And we also didn't want to lose the momentum. What I wonder now, after 2 years already, is whether we will be able to keep this momentum and for how long, because I would say that we need a next move, right? And this is why I'm so eager to listen to Gianmarco regarding the European Science Diplomacy Agenda, because we are a bottom-up initiative, and I think that we are ready to work towards a European Union strategy, but we need that strategy, we need an agenda. So, I mean, we still need to do some brainstorming in the foundation, but I would say that our presidency is going to be devoted to support the GRTD and the External Action Service in actually developing the European science diplomacy agenda that has been called from the Council. So I think that this would be a little bit our priorities in our presidency. And as I said, I look forward to listen to Gianmarco and the news he has to tell us.
Thank you very much. Is that Justin?
Thank you.
So please have a seat. So now that we hear from all the past chairs and the future chairs, I would like to open the floor for discussion or any questions to any of the chairs of the Alliance. I know we are running late, but don't worry, we will cover it up. I'll just take out, we will not have coffee break, don't worry. So, no, we will cover it up, don't worry. So any questions from the audience or online to any of our chairs?
I would like to have a question.
Please, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Tanvir Kabir. I'm Counselor Political at the Embassy of Bangladesh in Berlin. I would like to know, how the members would be taken outside of European Union, since Bangladesh is outside of EU. If anyone from, for example, I'm really interested to join the Alliance, and as I have the portfolio of science, technology, and climate diplomacy at the embassy, like to know, how do I, work with you? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for the question. So we do have these options. We have the global networking partner. Basically, we have the members. So the members are restricted to the Europe. Now, let's not go into the discussion. What do we mean by Europe? Whether it's geography or European Union. But anyone other outside Europe, they are welcome to join the association as the global networking partner. So we do have members outside from Europe. We do have, global networking partner from Canada as well as other part of the world. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we are currently discussing with the Africa team, but also other nations from Asia are interested. So you are welcome to send the application. I think you already wrote to us. We will send you the details, a detailed process later on.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other question from anyone? Okay, Jacek from Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Can anyone give him the mic?
Thank you. Thanks. So I'm Jacek Kronowski from YASAS, and I wanted to ask you guys, because some of you have mentioned some initiatives which you had planned or started for the new generation, so younger people. And I think the two main things really which we have to kind of think of when we think about the science diplomacy, one is to be effective, but other is to make this basis of the new generations coming over and wanting to do that type of initiatives. And so Mostafa mentioned one thing which I'm very excited about, and I would 100% sign up under this in terms of this initiative like the AAS training. But have you guys been thinking of other dedicated maybe activities towards the early career researchers or the younger generation to get them on board with the science diplomacy activities?
I will probably ask Angela to answer that, because she organized a really wonderful event last year where I was part of it, and there was the combination of the early career researcher, but then someone senior from the community and matching that. So Angela, if you could reflect on.
Yes, I mean, this is definitely something that we're looking at enhancing. We have some, we've already started to offer national training, and we are looking also in the context of the working group on capacities within the Alliance to see how we can enhance the offer, and also how to communicate it in an effective way, and where the good interfaces are to present such trainings. So this is something that is very much in our focus. Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. So I think thanks Claire for the reminder. So SAS basically just started the Science Diplomacy Fellowship. So we will send the link while we will wrap it up, this event, so you will have the opportunity to look at the fellowship there. Thank you. If there are no other questions, I would like to thank all the past chairs and future chair for their wonderful presentation and activity. And then we move to our next speaker, which is Jan-Marco Müller from the European Commission, who is the coordinator of science diplomacy at the European Commission in DG RTD. He had quite a successful career in European Commission, and then he was the chief acting operating officer of the International Institute of Applied System Analysis, which started this fellowship I just talked about talked a minute ago. So Jan, the floor is yours, as probably you have seen from the beginning that we all are looking forward to your talk, and especially the European Science Diplomacy agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, Mostafa. And when I started as the todos in Cordoba, unfortunately I cannot be with you because I'm afraid the greening policies of the European Commission are severely restricting our possibility to travel. But I hope also online I can make a meaningful contribution. And I want to share my slides, so let me see whether this is going to work.
Maybe it would be better, Jan, if I share it, you can tell me when I move, because we had some difficulty at the beginning. Okay.
I think it should work.
Yeah, it's working. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay, and I want actually make here the link between the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance and the evolving European Science Diplomacy agenda. And of course, for those perhaps who are not that familiar with the topic, and there may be still some, of course, just to say that, of course, this topic of science diplomacy, it has become very popular in the last 10, 15 years, and we've seen lots of initiatives popping up, lots of publications, a whole kind of community of scholars and practitioners evolving around the topic. And many EU member states have started developing related strategies, so national science or tech diplomacy strategies. And I would say roughly a third of the member states have them already in place, and another third is working on them. But we are also seeing, quite interestingly, that ministries of foreign affairs in recent years have kind of strengthened their science diplomacy capacities, and they come in very different formats, as chief science officers, as special envoy for science diplomacy, as science diplomacy department heads, ambassadors at large, you name it. And actually the picture you see here on the right, that is for the first physical meeting of these science diplomacy coordinators in foreign ministries when they met at ITA earlier last year. A lot has been happening at EU level as well, and of course we we just heard the presentations from the former Horizon projects, which then gave birth to the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
Sorry to interrupt, Ian. I think you were sharing the wrong screen. We see it at the not at the full screen mode. Would that be possible to share the other screen?
Okay. I actually had it in full screen mode, so.
Yeah, we were seeing the other one where you were.
Okay.
We saw your desktop.
Let me just. I just stopped sharing and share again. So let's see whether that works.
We saw the presentation earlier, so there was no issues. Just the wrong desktop probably shared.
Okay. Just 1 second.
You can just you can click to the swap presentation from the top.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So a lot has been happening at the EU level as well. We saw, of course, the different Horizon projects, and that gave birth to the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance, but also we have seen lots of other initiatives in the framework of this strategic Forum for International Science Cooperation that was mentioned earlier. The European Research Council has looked into it, EASists covering the topic, etc. And what's actually the state where we are now? And I think the issue is that we have largely uncoordinated science diplomacy efforts in Europe, a lack of EU approach, and in times of a rapidly changing geopolitical and scientific technological environment, and obviously with competitors not sleeping and investing in science diplomacy. And what we want to achieve is to develop European leadership in science diplomacy, actually to project soft power and to pursue our economic interests and values more effectively. And this has led then to the Council, the Competitiveness Council, to adopt conclusions on what is called the Global Approach to Research and Innovation, which is the international science strategy of the EU adopted 2 years ago. And in its conclusions, the Council requested to develop European science diplomacy agenda. And this follow-up is handled by what is called the ERA Policy Forum subgroup on the global approach to research and innovation, which in a way is the reincarnation of what used to be SFIC, the Strategic Forum International Science Cooperation. Now, what are characteristics of a European science diplomacy agenda based on the discussions we had so far with the different stakeholders? Obviously, we want to understand here science diplomacy as broad as possible. So it includes natural, social sciences, humanities, medicine, engineering, education, the whole range. Then we want to, I think it's needed to put emphasis more on science for and science in diplomacy than a diplomacy for science, because in a way this international strategy, the global approach to research and innovation, covers a lot of these topics already, but actually it's the science for and in diplomacy which is the one that needs the most development. We want to do this in a Team Europe approach between the EU and the member states, through the collaboration of science and diplomacy stakeholders. The science diplomacy agenda, it should be non-binding and based on voluntary commitments. It should be forward-looking, but also suggest concrete actions. And at least in the first step, what we want to do is really to look how to connect the worlds of science and diplomacy better, rather than dealing with specific sectors or specific geographic priorities. Because if we would do that, then we would step on so many toes and so many interfere in so many ongoing processes. So it's better rather to take the first step and look at how can we connect the different worlds. What we have done is we have established a steering team, and you see here a few names that are certainly familiar to you. A steering team where we have stakeholders both from the scientific and from the diplomatic spheres on it. And most notably, we have as part of the steering the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance, represented by its chair and the past chair, to kind of represent also the interests of the academic community here. Now, what we have been discussing so far and where we are right now is on a structure. What structure should have the European science diplomacy agenda? And we are kind of focusing on 4 pillars here. The first one is to use science diplomacy to tackle geopolitical challenges in a fragmented multipolar world. So this is everything around multilateralism, about the global commons. It is around, of course, all the issues around disinformation, around foreign interference, but of course then also the use of science diplomacy in situations of conflict and in situations of war. And there we are looking at both sides, using science diplomacy to build trust, but also science diplomacy to exert pressure in terms of sanctions, for instance, which is really kind of a very rapidly evolving topic. The second pillar is making European diplomacy more strategic, effective, and resilient through scientific evidence and foresight. So looking at the science advisory ecosystem, how better to connect, foresight with geopolitical risk assessment. It is also about how to better to connect instruments of research policy and foreign policy. The third one is the strengthening of science diplomacy in delegations and embassies and fostering the EU's global science diplomacy outreach. And that's, I think, where most importantly the Marie Curie Alumni Association would come in, because you, of course, are one of these very important networks for this outreach that goes also beyond just the capitals, but also reach out across countries around the world. And where we would look at, how better to get, let's say, leverage our kind of diaspora scientists, but also alumni of mobility schemes, but also, of course, the role of science diplomacy then in embassies themselves. And the fourth pillar is building capacity for European science diplomacy, both at the end of science, and how can we, of course, also foster science diplomacy research, how to better train the diplomats, but also looking at the interface, at career paths at the interface. So what are the next steps here? And there have been some delays here, and I should be very frank about it, because actually science diplomacy is not a no-brainer, so to speak, but you actually need to convince people, and it is very complex. We need to be aware of that, because the Common Foreign Security Policy, that's EU27, the European Research Area is more than EU27. There are different kind of institutional cultures involved. But in any case, what we want to do is to establish working groups for each of these 4 pillars, plus another one which looks then at the more overarching issues around rationale and EU added value. And what we want is that these working groups are co-chaired by one person from the science sphere and one from the diplomacy spheres, and that also the members of the working groups come from both spheres, so that we actually, in a way, force the scientists and the diplomats into one room to talk to each other. Because I think as important as the output at the end is the process itself, where we actually get this debate going. And we will soon launch a call for proposals for members of these working groups, and we count obviously on the support of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance to nominate some good people there to participate. Another issue I want to mention is we are planning a first European Science Diplomacy Conference. We are currently envisaging this in December. It's not yet 100% confirmed in terms of date, etc. But actually would like to organize, a European science diplomacy gathering of all the key stakeholders so that we can advance the debate. And one last thing I also want to mention, that we also have a kind of so-called global service facility contract, which will support this process, which will support the steering team and the working groups and at this conference I mentioned, but which would also support then what we call science diplomacy demonstrator projects. So some kind of hands-on feasibility studies on how we could implement certain recommendations that come out of the process. And I mentioned this also because part of this is also we have foreseen support for the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance in terms of kind of supporting the secretariat of the alliance, etc. Because at the moment it's very much kind of living pro bono on the members of the previous consortia of the Horizon project, but of course we want to also to give it a kind of longer-term perspective, because we think this Science Diplomacy Alliance is really the key platform to deal with, and where we can bring the scholars and practitioners together. So at the end of the day, I mean, our challenge and opportunity is to invent a modern science diplomacy that is fit for the strange world we live in. This is really about breaking new ground in many ways, and where even, you know, if you think of the definition of science diplomacy originating from the year 2010, lots of things have changed in the meantime. And we really need to think, how can science diplomacy help us to cope with these challenges in many different ways. And I'm firmly convinced that the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance must play a key role in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan, for presenting the future roadmap for the European Science Diplomacy Alliance. I'm sure there are a lot of questions from the audience, so the floor is to the audience. I have a couple, but let's... Oh, okay, quite. Here, Valerie.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Wait for the mic, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering whether there's also a financial plan to support the different, a European program like it was outlined, whether that comes with an actual, let's say, support, financial support for these future programs.
Jan,
hello, this one? Yeah, I can answer quite quickly. Actually, of course, we have started the thinking around the strategy for the remainder of the Horizon Europe program, 2025 to 2027. And of course, one of the ideas is that precisely this process of developing a European science diplomacy agenda would then also point to research gaps, which then could be tackled in new science diplomacy calls in the Horizon program. But we might also think of other ways to foster science diplomacy, such as identifying in Horizon project with an international dimension, specific science diplomacy angles in terms of work packages, etc. So that's something which certainly a thinking which is ongoing as part of the strategic discussion process around the remainder of the Horizon program.
Thank you. There is another question here. Can someone give them?
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
I have it. Hi, this is Donata Iandolo from the MCAA board. I was actually, I'm very new to the field, let's say. So maybe it's a very naive question that I'm asking. Like, how to guarantee independence? Let's say, like when we are thinking about policies that are, for example, touching upon sustainable development. So, because I can think about, being independent in the policy that we are supporting for healthcare, but maybe in this specific time, it's really key to keep that also when we think about energy. So it was mostly a curiosity, let's say. Thank you.
Well, I would say your question is actually not just about science diplomacy, because it's actually touches more generally about the science for policy interface. Because there's always the question, of the kind of misuse of science and is academia independent and etc. So these discussions are of course very important. And the point I'm always making there, look, first of all, of course, scientific research and academia have to be independent, and it's their choice to engage or not to engage. But at the same time, of course, there is an interest, of course, of scientists actually to make an impact in the real world. And science diplomacy is one of these tools. So, why are thousands of scientists engaging in the IPCC, for instance? It is, of course, because they want to make an impact with their research and have kind of research results translated into policy action. So I think it is a kind of give and take in a way here, where basically what we try to do at the European level is to provide some sort of a framework of kind of indicating where I think there's of course an interest of us to advance a certain diplomatic goal, which can be a European goal, it can also be a global goal, such as combating climate change, but where it meets then also of course the interests of researchers to make an impact with their research.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then in view of the time, we would probably, it's a a good time to move forward. Now, may I introduce the next moderator for the next couple of talks. Ashish. Ashish is the very active member of MCAA Communication Working Group and Science Diplomacy Task Force and was truly instrumental of organizing this satellite event. So Ashish, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks, Mustafa. So first, we have Antonio Polisi, and he's a chemist by profession, but he has been working on science policy interface for a long time. He's been one of the pillars of MCAA Policy Working Group. So Antonio Polisi.
Thank you. Can we show the slides? Right. Can you hear me? Yeah? Right. Okay. I got the daunting task to make a case for the Marie Curie Alumni Association in science diplomacy in 5 minutes. So in the words of my friend Claire, we live in a messy world. I had written a complex world, but actually messy perhaps fits better. From COVID to climate change, from artificial intelligence to green transition. Our society is continually challenged with wicked problems that require an incredible wealth of scientific knowledge and expertise. Never before science has been more needed, and yet we see never has been more questioned and debated. This time of uncertainty, public trust in science has reached new heights, with people trusting scientists more than the national governments or journalists. 2 in 3 Europeans agree that scientists should engage more in the political debate to make sure that decision-making takes into account the best scientific evidence. In this context, a recent document by the European Commission, the staff working document, has stimulated a very interesting conversation around the support that the science policy interface needs in terms of structures, processes, competences, and practices across the European members, state members, and beyond. In particular, this document, it is emphasized the role of boundary organization to help with knowledge, translation, synthesis, cross-sectoral collaboration, as to ensure, and I quote, that decision makers have access to the best available science when they need it and in a format they can use and is trusted by citizens. The Marie Curie Alumni Association is uniquely placed to do just that, with its nearly 20,000 members from 150 countries, organizing 34 geographical chapters and 9 thematic working groups. I think these numbers might have changed slightly. MCAA is a wonderfully diverse community that positions itself as a strong boundary organization in scientific brokerage service to help us achieve precisely that vision. For us, being a border organization means, first of all, make connections, build bridges. First of all, between our own various cultures, but also with sister organizations and partners, as for today. We're also very keen to reinforce that sense of trust between, can you hear? Yeah. Very keen to reinforce the sense of trust between scientists, policymakers, stakeholders, and the general public at all levels. We are an international organization. We're used to speak different languages, bridging between the natural sciences and humanities, embrace various cultures, values, and ideas has become our second nature. We pride ourselves on working across borders. In doing so, we not only contribute to advancing science, but we're also becoming a de facto effective diplomatic actor. A shining example of that commitment has already been highlighted by Mustafa is the Western Balkan chapter. So I won't go much into detail with that for the sake of time, but it's been a great example of how to overcome difficult history and conflict. And more recently, with the support to Ukrainian scientists as well. More recently, from 2019, the association has been more explicitly, let's say, involved in the space of science diplomacy through the organization of various sessions on the topic at international conferences, from the World Science Forum to our annual flagship conferences. We have set up also inside our organization a specific task force under the umbrella of the Science Policy Working Group, with the aim of amplifying, connect, and expand important scientific work in science diplomacy throughout our own organization. Many of our members, and some are here present, have sought and received highly qualified training in science diplomacy with key partners programs, including the Warsaw Science Diplomacy School, led by dear Claire, organized by INSIDE in collaboration with the European Academy of Diplomacy, but also with the GESDA, to the GESDA Science Diplomacy Week, just to mention two. MCAA is a community with a strong focus on excellent science and innovation. However, ours is not just an association of researchers. As we grow in our sense of awareness of being a boundary organization, we build a community beyond research, seeking to contribute with others in solving major societal challenges to science diplomacy. So to conclude, as we remain committed to doing good science, we also hope that our fellows' careers will in time evolve, and some of us are already doing so, in various other directions beyond research, including science diplomacy. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Antonini. We won't have questions for this session. Next, I'd like to invite Jacek Kolenowski, who is an expert in chemical biology and president of YESAS, and he's the participant for Science Advice Mechanism for European Commission. Jacek.
Thank you. Could you help me maybe finding my presentation? Yes. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, right. Cool. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Jacek, and thanks a lot for having me here. So I would like to talk to you today a little bit about the world and work and opportunities for early and mid-career researchers, as we call them, and their involvement in the science advice policy on the European level, and in particular about the Young Academies Science Advice Structure, so the network which I've been a part of and in creation and now also in running. So just shortly, I wanted to introduce you, although most of you are probably better aware of what it is than I am, to the Science Advice Mechanism for the European Commission. So as you are probably aware, this is an official mechanism which is composed of the scientific advisors elected for a given term, and there are 7 of them at the moment. And it also has another body, let's say, next to it, which is called SAPIA. I'll tell you a little bit more what that is. But in principle, it is an association of networks. So it is 5 networks, which in turn, each of them have national academies connected with them. And so the idea is that this scientific advice mechanism is the body which is supposed to provide the evidence-based scientific advice on the request of European Commission and for informing the policy on the EU level. So SAPIA itself is this body which is responsible in principle for in this mechanism for the evidence-based review reports. So for providing the science-based evidence for given policy directions. And in fact, it is similar to the projects which you guys mentioned, also a EU project really. It's been funded a second time now in Horizon Europe, and the project we call SAPIA Plus has started in 2022. And so the objective there is to provide the scientific evidence for the EU policy. But it is really critical that, and we strive there to make it scientific, of course, because there's a lot of advice, which is not necessarily often scientific, but also to be independent and to also be diverse and inclusive, because this also contributes to the quality. this is the other aim of SAPIA is really to connect the scientists through these networks of academies. So in fact, there is 5 networks there. You can read the names there, and which are officially partners on the SAPIA Plus project, which connect over 120 academies of scientists and artists across Europe. So it's a huge pool of people. And I wanted to just underline there that IASAS, which I will talk about, is one of these 5 partners. So this will become very important later when I start to talk to you about IASAS. And another objectives are also to communicate and simulate discussion on the evidence-based policymaking, and also to develop, and this is particularly something I wanted to talk to you about today, science advice capacity among EMCRs, so early and mid-career researchers. And so this is just a quick overlook on the structure of the project. You know, every SAPIA, every European project has this like graph where we show the connections between different work packages, but I really wanted here to underline the work package 2, you can see it here, which is the science advice, so provision of scientific advice. But then we also have a package for the involvement of EMCRs and the package on the quality assurance, meaning working on the mechanism of scientific advice to be, to have all of these features I mentioned to you about. And so YASA is what it is. So it stands for the Young Academy Science Advice Structure. And pretty much the main purpose of making this happen was to formalize the informal and already existing networks of the young academies to be able to partner up in the SAPIA European project. So this is a thing which you've been mentioning, guys, that you don't have a legal entity like personality, and this stops you from participating. So that was the idea. We needed to have the legal personality to be part of it. But it was not easy to make it as a separate organization, so we ended up having one of the academies standing for us as a legal representative, and this is the Young Academy of Europe. And the academy, the network actually combines 16 members out of 21 eligible members at the moment, because there are 21 young academies across Europe. And there are 16 of them already members. And there is a standing invitation to all national young academies in Europe. Pretty much if you vote through the statutes, you automatically become a member and you can participate. And the first work of the first board was really to kind of put together the SAPIA Plus, so this other continuation of the project, of the SAPIA project, in which YASAS will have a prominent role. And so we were initially an observer to the SAPIA project, and since May last year, we are an official partner in the project. And we are now working on implementation of this SAPIA Plus. And I want to tell you what it kind of like means really. But in principle, the work, just shortly, I'm not going to go into details. I want you to use it later maybe as a kind of notes so you can read it after. I don't want to go through all of this. But the idea there is that the European Commission comes up with the request of providing scientific evidence on the given topic. There's a scoping phase where we precisely try to formulate the scientific questions behind it. And then it's taken away from the European Commission completely. So this is a moment where we try to be independent, where now we split, and then these national academies, which are not a member of European Commission, organize themselves within, and we've worked a lot of how to organize it to make it inclusive, transparent, and whatever. And then we build the working group, and we work there, we select experts from not only our academies, but across. And then we work on providing the evidence review report, which then goes back to the chief scientific advisors, which then can use that for building the scientific advice, and then back to commission. And so the networks within this, so there are 5 networks. I want to, again, remind you, as I said, so each network can be a leader on the given topic, but also actually nominates the candidates for the working groups, and also works very strongly on modifying the mechanisms and guidelines of this scientific advice process. And the recent outputs, just some of them here, which we are now kind of like disseminating, is the cancer screening, we call it. So there's scientific advice on cancer screening and scientific advice on strategic crisis management. And this cancer screening has been particularly important for the development of the EU kind of cancer screening guidelines. But I wanted to underline again here that really we want to work, and we do work on trying to make this procedure independent, but also diverse, inclusive as not just because it is ethical, but because we do believe, and especially Yassas has brought it up there, because we believe that this is a way to the quality, right? We too often narrow down our expert pools to people who always contribute, always participate with similar backgrounds. And I think this means that we also lose on quality. So now just the last slide pretty much for you. The activities which we are involved in and where I see definitely the MCAA, but also other organizations can actually jump into. And I think there would be a big advantage. So firstly, we nominate the experts to working groups. So if we make connection, and we mainly nominate the experts among the early and mid-career researchers. So if we can make connections with the organization, and this is what we want to do within this grant, organizations which can provide us a pool of experts and quick search through the experts which we could nominate to these groups, that's amazing. So that's one of our roles as well, to map and connect with these EMCR organizations. Of course, MCAA is not only EMCR organization, but you have a lot of members in there, and also your partners in the alliance also have their members which are early and mid-career researchers. But we are also going to carry out the literature search and comprehensive survey on the hurdles and best practices in the science advice, and we collect the feedback from the partner organizations, possibly you as well. And in here, I just wanted to underline the two things which have already been mentioned here in terms of these issues and hurdles. So one of them is clearly associated, especially for early and mid-career researchers, with the issues in the evaluation of scientific excellence and the understanding of scientific excellence and the activities, which if they go, we still are as a community, scientific community, focused on evaluating only the traditional ways of scientific output and giving the credit to only traditional ways of scientific output. So for early career researchers who have a decision to make, publish in a highly cited journal or contribute to the way more impactful scientific advice thing, they sometimes need to make the decision to go with the first one because this will guarantee them to stay on and develop in their careers. So I think this is something we all can actually work together on it. And another one is the resources which you guys mentioned. So I think this is also very clear that a lot of these organizations, including the Alliance now, they do not have sufficient support, administrative support really, which can multiply the intellectual potential sitting in these organizations. And I think this is also some cross problem which we can all, I think, agree on. So I wanted to thank you all for listening to me, and I will take the questions maybe later on. Thanks, guys.
No, you can take the questions.
No? Okay.
If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Doreen? Yeah. I think we have to wait for the mic because people online might not hear.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, because you were saying, like early and mid-career researchers, there's pressure on them to publish in certain journals rather than maybe contribute here, or even if they really wanted to. Is there a way of approaching, for example, rectors, directors of institutes, etc., to kind of insist on the appreciation of such work, for example?
So, of course, approaching and insisting is one of the ways to go, but we know how it usually ends up. So I think it's a bit a broader problem, and there is a broader movement also within the ERA, right? The program. There is a plan of there is a coalition, COAR, for example, coalition on the evaluation and reform of research assessment, which many of our organizations are part of as well, which actually wants to approach this problem more kind of strategically in a way that we promote a different understanding of what scientific output and scientific excellence is, and then try to introduce that across different levels. And one of the activities which could be then recognized and should be recognized as a scientific excellence evidence can be contributions to something like this. So just targeting single deans and whatever, this is difficult because everyone, deans and organizations are also judged often in many places largely on the output, which then the classical traditional outputs. Yeah.
Anyone else? No, so we shall thank the speaker.
Thank you.
Next, we have the coordinator of science policy and talent attraction at the Network for Researchers, Spanish Researchers Abroad, Javier Pardo Diaz.
Hello everyone, I'm Javier Pardo Diaz. I'm a representative of the Society of Spanish Researchers in the United Kingdom. I'm going to talk about the role of the European scientific diaspora in science diplomacy and also present a project that we're working on that is called Connects UK. So, yeah, thank you. So this presentation, I'm delivering it myself, but it's a project that it's been done in collaboration with other scientific diasporas of European researchers in the UK, and mainly the Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, Polish, Finnish, and French societies of researchers in the UK, as well as Native Scientists, that is a non-for-profit organization that works delivering workshops, scientific workshops for children. So, as you all may know, the UK-EU scientific relationships have been damaged after Brexit. This damage comes into there are two main problems. The first one is the lack of the UK to join European research projects due to the non-association to Horizon Europe, and the second one is the problems that affect international mobility. Now, for Europeans going to perform research to the UK is more difficult than it used to be, and same for UK researchers coming to the EU. Here I have an example. These are the number of co-shared scientific collaborations of the UK between 2017 and 2018, and as you can see, three of its five main collaborators were EU countries, and on the counterpart it's also the same. The UK was the main European research collaborator for France, Germany, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, among others. So, as you can imagine, Horizon Europe is damaging. Well, sorry, the association of the UK to Horizon Europe is going to damage collaborations. In terms of mobility, we've seen how the staff at UK universities, the EU national staff at UK universities has been decreasing, but this decrease is more important in terms of students, research students. In 2017, the EU students in the UK were around 13.8% of total number of students, and now in 2021 it was only 7%. So again, this puts in danger EU and UK scientific relationships. The status of European researchers in the UK, we have long known these problems, and also we've analyzed them, and we are also suggesting possible solutions. For example, this is an example you can see the arrow. this is an example carried out by the Polish diaspora in the UK in the association with the British embassy, the Polish embassy the British embassy in Warsaw and the British government. So the EU scientific diaspora, so we are professional networks. We have strong connections with academic institutions in the UK, but also we have a strong connection, strong ties with institutions in our home countries. And over the last 10 years, we have been contributing to strengthening the connections between the EU and the UK. I'm going to give just an example. So we've been working on science policy and advocacy. We prepare reports on science policy, and we've suggested policy modifications at EU level, at the UK, and also in our home countries. We've also analyzed the impact of Brexit on the EU research diaspora through periodic surveys, asking the members of our society how Brexit was affecting them and their professional and personal careers. We've also organized scientific networking events to enhance collaborations between European and UK private and public research institutions. And we also organize mobility programs to enhance short research stays in the UK for EU researchers and in the EU for UK-based researchers that we are running despite difficulties due to Brexit. Also, we perform science outreach, as I said before, also focusing on doing scientific workshops for children. So, as you can see, the EU scientific diaspora in the UK can contribute to building a new active scientific network. Can contribute to building new active scientific networks and are a valuable tool for European science diplomacy. As a case example, for example, in the negotiation of the Association of the UK to Horizon Europe, the EU scientific diaspora in the UK can play an important role by bridging both points of view, the European one, let's say, the EU one and the British one. In this context, we've created a project that is Connect UK. It stands for Connecting European Communities Through Science in the UK. It's a collaboration project between the EU scientific research diasporas to strengthen EU-UK research collaborations. We have four main objectives. The first one is creating a professional network of European researchers in the UK. Also, perform research on international collaboration and mobility between the UK and the EU. Also, do some policy advice work and advocacy, and carry out science outreach. Our short-term objectives is first, increase the membership of our societies and contribute to the establishment of new societies. The second one is positioning ourselves as key stakeholders in EU-UK relationships. And third, create connections with EU and UK academic institutions. In the medium term, we want to identify funding sources to assure the sustainability of this project, produce policy reports about how Brexit has affected EU research in the UK, and also enhance UK-EU scientific mobility and research collaborations. So this is our work plan. We started this project in June, between June and October. We conceptualized it. In October, we hosted the first annual meeting of the EU scientific diaspora in the Institut Français in London, with the presence of, for example, the EU ambassador to the UK. Here today, we've launched our Twitter account that you can already follow, and we're presenting here publicly for the first time. Then I will put the Twitter handle so that you can follow us. Then in May, we're planning to arrange a set of events. We've called them EU Research in the UK, with all main academic institutions in the UK to highlight the contributions that EU researchers are making to the British research landscape, and also establish connection with these institutions. And then in November, we'll have our second annual meeting of the EU scientific diaspora in the UK to sum up all the work that we will be doing during this year. We also have another initiatives, such as, for example, meeting with stakeholders, organize informative webinars for EU researchers who wanted to come to the UK, or UK-based researchers wanted to go to the EU. Also, we're preparing a report on the impact of Brexit on the EU research diaspora, and also workshops I said connecting researchers and children, sharing their mother tongue. This is the differentiative idea of this workshop, that we're pairing researchers and children that have the same mother tongue but are foreigners in a different country. For example, Portuguese researchers and children that are living in the UK, so that they can learn science in Portuguese. And the most important point of this slide is that we are looking for collaborations. We are just launching this project, so if you had any idea or want to get to know more about this project, please get in touch and let us know, because we're looking for collaborations and also funding. So these are just the conclusions: that Brexit has damaged EU-UK research mobility and scientific collaborations, that in this context European research diaspora has an important role to play, and that the different societies we have partnered in Connect UK so that we can contribute effectively to the European science diplomacy by uniting our forces and resources. So that's everything. As I said, please follow us. I have a personal bet with a friend. I said that today we would get at least 200 followers, so if you can help me, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Do we have any questions? Yes. Microphone.
Hi, Renaud Jolivet. There was a news yesterday that the British government reappropriated £1.6 billion in funding that was initially dedicated to collaboration with the EU. So do you think that this is really, you can really have an effect in the UK? Because it seems that they want to go alone, at least that's the rhetoric that the government has been peddling since Brexit.
I didn't hear properly the question. Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
So yesterday there was a news that the Treasury reappropriated £1.6 billion in funding that was supposed to go to research in the UK, and especially collaboration with the EU. And the rhetoric in the British government is one of isolationism, right? Since the Brexit vote. So I'm wondering if you think you can really make a difference with an initiative like this, when maybe the British don't seem to be very interested?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I haven't read the news fully because, well, yesterday I was preparing this presentation, but no, of course, this is kind of the idea of this platform. So the idea is to advocate for science collaboration between the UK and the EU, but not only collaboration, but also the research for itself and investment in research. So in the same way that all these societies, all these organizations that you can see at the bottom, we've campaigned for the Stick to Science campaign, asking for the inclusion of the UK in Horizon Europe. We will do the same, asking for the UK to use the fund, to invest the funding that they said that they were going to invest in research and innovation, so that they, the Association to Horizon Europe, so that they can use it for that purpose. But I don't know exactly how we will focus it, but that's one of the ideas of this platform.
We have one more question.
I just want to make one comment to what has been said. I think while maybe the political class is the one who tries to go with the isolationist policies, I think whenever you ask the UK researcher, though, the idea in the research community is completely different, and they are probably the professional group in the UK which actually is the most disappointed by the fact that they left. So I think working with the researchers is probably the best way to do that if you want to still keep UK connected in any way to the EU, because researchers are the most invested in these connections, I think. So just wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Javier. There's one more question. Sorry, Irene.
Hi, I'm Irene. I'm the chair of the Ireland chapter. So I think Ireland is also one of the countries that are, I don't know if struggling, but we have a lot of connections with the UK. Is there any Irish organization that you're partnering in the UK, or are you doing something in Northern Ireland?
Some of our members are in Northern Ireland. For example, the Spanish Society, we don't have any members in Northern Ireland. Well, we have only one member, so there's no that. But for example, the Italian ones, I think that they do have, a small group of Italian researchers in Northern Ireland. Regarding Ireland, I think that there is not an Irish Society of Researchers in the UK. But if if someone, we're happy. We're happy. One of the points of this project is contributing to other societies to get organized so that they can partner with us. For example, we're working at the moment with the Embassy of Hungary so that they can form a Society of Hungarian Researchers in the UK. But from Ireland, we don't know. I know that there is a Society of Spanish Researchers in Ireland, but that's a different.
Yeah. In Ireland, there's a lot of talks about doing things together with Northern Ireland, that is the UK, and try to strengthen those links, at least in the island of Ireland. So, yeah, it would be great to keep talking if there's any.
Of course, as I said, we're open for any ideas of collaborations or joint events or joint projects or joint whatever. So.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Yeah, and with that, I would like to give back the moderation to Mustafa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ashish. So we are still running a bit late, but we will, as I said, as I promised you, we'll catch up. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Lydia Borel-Damian. Lydia should be online by now. Can anyone confirm? Okay, Lydia is here. She's the Secretary General of the Science Europe, the association representing national public organizations for the fund, as well as the research performing organization. She had a long career in science policy. She was at the European University Association. Today, she will be focusing on how Science Europe as an organization can contribute in science diplomacy. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Great. Maybe I put it in the presentation mode. Is that correct?
I think it's, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Mustafa and Fernanda, for the invitation to the Marie Curie annual event. It's always a pleasure for me to contribute. I think I contribute almost every year, and it's really a pleasure, and I contribute every year in different topics, which is, it makes it very interesting and no repetitive at all. So, well, I will give you a few lines of our perspective on the past, present, and the future of EU science diplomacy, and how we see that from the part of Science Europe and its members. For those who are or may not be very familiar with Science Europe, I would just like to let you know that we are an association representing major national public research performing and research funding organizations across Europe. We have now 40 members, well distributed all over Europe. And we have the mission to develop long-term perspectives for the European research and lead by example. This is all collected in our strategy covering the years 2021 to 2026, which can be synthesized in three major priorities that you see on the screen. The red one, or the one in red, that it's about shaping European research policy developments. The orange one about contributing to the evolution of the research culture, and the green one regarding the role and contribution of science impacting societal challenges. I can provide more information on each of these priorities if you wish so, but for now, let's concentrate on what is very important for us, which is our core values that underpin all of our activities in Science Europe. We believe that science is a common good and is a public service. We believe on the freedom of scientific inquiry and the self-organizing nature of research. We, of course, strive for quality, ethics, integrity, and inclusivity, and we recognize the strong links between research, education, and innovation. Last but not least, we believe that in today's research, collaboration is a must, as well as the engagement with and for society. Last year, we developed, well, back in 2021, we developed a position on research culture because that is very dear to us. We strive for the generation of environments in research that provide the conditions for researchers to thrive and to exploit their intellectual potential at a maximum. And based on that position on research culture, we developed what we called a value system for the organization of research, which you see in your screen. This is about the research processes, activities, outputs, and as well as for the research management and governance. You can see here in blue the 6 main values: autonomy and freedom, that means about autonomy of institutions and freedom of inquiry; care and collegiality; collaboration; equality, diversity and inclusion; integrity and ethics; and openness and transparency. Why I'm bringing all these 6 core values here? Well, because when it comes to science diplomacy, in our view, they are absolutely essential, and they relate to reciprocity, and they relate to the complex relationships that sometimes we must face when establishing international collaborations. I will refer back to this value system later on, but please retain those 6 values because they are underpinning all research collaborations, and they should be preserved. For us, in Science Europe, we differentiate several aspects of science diplomacy. One is the science-based advice for diplomatic processes. Another aspect is the diplomatic activities to facilitate international scientific collaborations. And the third one, not for that less important, of course, is science diplomacy to be used or as a tool, as a soft power to advance diplomatic objectives. That means that this science diplomacy is not only for state-based organizations, but also for non-governmental organizations, and as you have already been pointing out in your seminar today. And indeed, Science Europe organizations, in their roles as national performers and funders, they do have a role. Now, we make a distinction between science diplomacy and what we call cross-border collaboration, because cross-border collaboration is very specific to research collaboration, while science diplomacy involves pursuing some national or supranational interest or goals beyond pure scientific collaboration. This is very important when we discuss societal challenges such as the Sustainable Development Goals or other goals that are more based in national or geopolitical aspects. Now, how Science Europe members, funders, and performers in general contribute to science diplomacy? Well, there is a variety of roles. It is negotiation of research agreements, it's scientific advice to policymakers and diplomats, it's addressing foreign interference, is setting up and managing research infrastructures. All in all, there is a wealth of activity being performed in this area. Probably not even, we don't even collect everything that is done. And we think that the range of activities and actors involved in science diplomacy needs to be mapped properly and considered more broadly. In this sense, how do we see that these activities influence research funders and performers? Well, we contribute in generating proper common values and standards, as I said before, is the values that I put at the beginning. We study science policy interfaces and identify key characteristics. We address foreign interference and try to understand or try to provide guidance to minimize the negative effects of incompatible frameworks. We analyze cross-border collaborations, cross-border collaboration per se, the projects, the policies, and the monitoring. We build and maintain relations with scientific organizations globally and help fostering multilateral dialogues and research investments. This means that there are several implications on research activities and its assessment. Because science policy and science policy interfaces can be a component of science diplomacy. In this sense, science and policy activities, or science-informed policy making, I should say, bridge the gap between science and policy. And we believe that the mechanisms and their efficiency can be improved. In this sense, the research community needs to be more aware of the importance of science-informed policy advice and of science diplomacy, and the specific expertise that these activities require. For this reason, we are advocating for more appropriate ways of rewarding researchers for their roles in these initiatives. And in this context, the COARA initiative, as you probably know, the Reforming on Research Assessment process that we have initiated together with the EUA and the European Commission has a role to play. This makes sense because we cannot expect individual researchers to fulfill all the missions that we naturally attribute to the research profession, and the emerging notion of team science needs to be spread out and needs to be further development. I would like to highlight here the example of the IPCC, because that is a leading example of how science has been able to explain the complexity of the challenges related to climate change and propose ways forward, even if their recommendations are not always followed. But the work is done, it's undeniable. And we believe that we should have similar examples in other areas, in other societal challenges, such as, for example, digitalization, where we are still not fully aware and probably far from understanding the implications and challenges related to digitalization. Let me address the issue of foreign interference, which is linked to science diplomacy, because research organizations and universities cooperate with foreign institutions, and they have to integrate foreign policies when choosing their partners and negotiating agreements. Also because research organizations and universities are expected to develop policies and put them in place to protect their intellectual property assets and their interests. In this sense, we believe that collaboration between national authorities and research organizations is of utmost importance, because these are normally a target of foreign actors that would be interested in gathering intellectual assets. In this sense, the staff working document that the Commission published in January 2022 was a good first step in providing some guidance. Nevertheless, we are convinced that more guidance is needed to deal with the specific situations. The members of Science Europe remind us of this very, very frequently. So all in all, I would like to mention a few messages that I think are important for you to take home. And I would like to indicate, therefore, that the range of activities and actors that support science diplomacy activities should be considered more broadly, and therefore a reflection in this sense is in order. That we believe that more experience on the way that science is able to explain the complexity of societal challenges are needed. And I mentioned digitalization, but definitely I'm sure that we can mention many other challenges. And that there is this need for more practical guidance on how to tackle foreign interference and to deal with specific complex situations. From our part, from Science Europe, we will keep promoting the core values that I mentioned at the beginning, because we think they are the basis for it. And we will continue to promote adequate policies along those values to foster science diplomacy. And last but not least, I would like to say that we are ready for collaboration with Marie Curie Alumni Association or with other organizations that would like to cooperate with us and to develop common actions regarding science diplomacy. And I think that with this, I have delivered my messages, my main messages for today.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for a very comprehensive presentation. Any question for Lydia from anyone? I do have one. Well, we are talking about science diplomacy. At the beginning of the session, Jan Marco talked about the need for funding. And you being the representative of the research funding organization, do you see that the national funding organization putting adequate funding amount on this topic?
That's a tricky one. Well, it depends. It depends. I don't see a specific line for science diplomacy activities. For me, these are more as a spin-off of activities of research projects that have been funded by the agencies. So if you ask me for specific budget lines, I don't see them yet. But maybe that's something that can be changed in the future.
Yeah.
And along with this need for the better recognition of the activities of researchers in science diplomacy.
Yeah, maybe we can further discuss this. But thank you, Lydia, for your wonderful presentation. And I mean, I mentioned in the last conference also you are a friend of MCAA. So thank you for being supporting to the organization. And we are looking forward to to collaborate with you also in future.
Great. Thank you very much, Mustafa.
Thank you. I would like to now give the floor to our next speaker, who is Tanvir Kovir, should be online. This would be a flash presentation for 5 minutes. Is the presenter online?
Yeah, good afternoon. Perfect. Do you hear me? Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can share your screen.
Yeah, yes. Can it be seen or? My screen is seen or not?
Yes, but we're not in the presentation mode.
Okay, just a moment.
If you want, I can also...
Yeah, so now, is it seen or not? Still not?
No, we see ourselves. Okay, I think just in view of the time, because it's 5 minutes, so please, what we see, please go ahead with that. Sorry for the issues.
Okay, I'm sorry, like, so...
I think there are 2 screens and you need to click the presentation mode. Now we only see you, not the presentation anymore.
Okay, let me do it again. So, is it now seen? Not yet, right?
Now click on the presenter mode, right? Okay. Yes, it's fine. Please go ahead from the top.
Okay, I'm sorry, like, I don't know, like... Okay, thank you everyone. Good afternoon from Berlin. My topic is, is a big topic, but I have only 5 minutes and I lost on, by now I lost 1 minute. So I'm gonna go to the topic directly. And what I have thought about it, like 2 weeks back, we celebrated that day on, girls and women in science and technology all over the world. So I believe that SDGs and this topic is so related. So if we look into the SDG, the goals indicators, we see that there are a number of gaps. Say for example, in practice, we see that data is available for only 35 indicators of the 104 gender-related indicators, and we have 246 indicators. And most of the indicators that relate to people, for example, health, education, and gender equality, but the planet goals, we do not have that many indicators on planet goals such as oceans and biodiversity. We have only 1 indicator that exists for sustainable production and responsible sustainable consumption and responsible production. And if we look into the OECD report, we see that women are still lacking in goals such as representation of women among researchers and inventors or parliament, etc. Now, since the time is short, I would like to touch upon few challenges what we have. I would say that climate-induced migration and women are closely related, but we do not have that much research to tell about that how climate is inducing migration, and often women are the most vulnerable among the migrants. And if we look into access to technologies in agriculture, which is very important, women are related to agriculture. We see that still we do not have sufficient research in climate resilient crops or access to technologies in cropping system. We need to have a consensus to make the education in agriculture as a public good. And if we look into also the availability of credit, I mean to say venture capital funds, women still lag so behind. It's true in developed and developing countries. When we look into gender responsive budgeting, still we are lagging behind a lot wherever we go, developed and developing countries. Data gap lies a lot. We do not have sufficient data in most of the SDG goals. And loss and damage, I would mention it's a big field now, and last year Germany led the way about loss and damage fund. And if we look into the topic of loss and damage, we are often not giving priority to how natural resources management and loss and damage are correlated. I would question that if we look into 100 billion climate funds, which is a long way to go, we have never thought that if we do not have proper natural resources management kind of system, that, for example, in Europe we see a Danube River Basin management, in South Asia or in Africa we have GBM Basin in South Asia, we have the Nile Basin in Africa. If we do not have proper research on natural basin, the river basin management, the losers would be the women, because they're, the disasters, often women are the most vulnerable in disasters, and most of the disaster in our part of the world are not only related to climate related, but it's mixed up with man-made disasters. For example, in South Asia, we do see natural disasters like floods, which are often related to river water diversion projects, or the river bank projects for hydroelectricity production or so on. So we need here, the role of science diplomacy. At the end of the day, if we do not ensure that, then women would be the most vulnerable. And the question of access to non-formal education, I do believe that women should have more access to it, because in rural part of South Asia and Africa, formal education is not always suitable for many women. So if we can, can patronize MOOC and also the education materials for technologies, women would be most beneficiary, where scientists could work together. And question of fast fashion we are talking about here, I think we need role models. And we know that because of the advent of social media, we have higher consumption rate, and which is not good for our art. So in fast fashion, we need more research. And women could play a big role there, because if we see the consumption patterns, I'm not being gender biased. If we see the consumption patterns, it's like skewed to women in most of the times in buying of clothes or the consumables. So in fast fashion, research should be there so that we have minimum damage to our art. And when we talk about sustainable supply chain, I think we need especially more social
Sorry
research.
to interrupt. Just could you please wrap it up within 1 minute?
Yeah. You know, I would like to say that in moving forward, science diplomacy and the science diplomacy SDG 2030 and role of science and technology in empowering women all over the world is very important. It might not be related to only education. It should be related to access to technologies, access to agriculture, access to financing, and also in climate change, our goal of climate neutral society. I think education for women would be the most important part. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. So in view of the time, we would move to the next presenter. It is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Martina Hartl. Is she online? Yes. So Martina Hartl is the Deputy Head of Department of International Research, Cooperation and Science at the Austrian Federal Ministry of Science and Research. She's the member of the ERA subgroup of Global Approach and R&I Cooperation. Some of you all know that this was the Commission's agenda, and there was a document published on that. She was also the Austrian delegate to the Marie Curie program, as well as the chair of the Strategic Forum for International STI Cooperation. And she is one of the members of the steering board of the European Science Diplomacy Agenda. So we would hear from Martina regarding the member states' perspective on science diplomacy. Martina, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope that you can hear me and you can already see my presentation. So what I will try to focus on this afternoon is the member states' view towards a European science diplomacy agenda. So what I wanted to say from an Austrian point of view and our national landscape to start with that is that we have a number of explicit and implicit science diplomacy activities in the different ministries, but often they are uncoordinated and with very different focus areas and intentions. So there is no coherent strategy and no coherent departure point, so to say, which sometimes makes our efforts a little scattered. Then in addition, we have a number of state-related and non-state-related actors that are active in the field. And to map that a little bit more in detail, we have actually done a mapping of the most important science diplomacy actors in Austria in 2021, with also the goal of establishing a science diplomacy roundtable, which has been a little bit delayed, also partly due to COVID, but we will try to get this going this year. And also for the science diplomacy activities, you can clearly see that there are historic links, and also the geographical setting is often important, and they are the backbone of our science diplomacy activities. For example, for Austria, it is often Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans that are important for our activities, as I said, due to the geographic and historical setting. And I think we have touched upon that already, or my pre-speakers have touched upon that, there are hardly any specific tools or funding opportunities available for science diplomacy related activities and tasks. And at the moment there is no consistent also education on science diplomacy, with the notable exception that the Vienna School of International Studies does have some of that in their curricula, but at least at the universities, this is nothing that is in the curricula for the moment. So that's why I'm on my second part. I wanted to say what could be the potential added value of a European science diplomacy agenda for a country like Austria. we have heard it also in the talks before, the geopolitical landscape is becoming increasingly complex, and they call for more unified responses, and the EU has to become a more powerful actor compared also to other global powers, also to defend their values and principles. So I think this unification process where we as the EU have a common voice is something that could make us a stronger partner. For us, it is also the possibility for smaller member states to leverage our diplomatic influence via the EU, because as a small country we can't be present everywhere, but with the help of the EU and the other member states we can be much more present globally. And also there is a joint learning on how to do science diplomacy, especially now in times of war and crisis, and I think this is something we together have to learn, because fortunately for us so far, we were a generation that has not had a war in Europe for a very, well, at least for like almost 2 generations. So I think this is something where at the moment we also see the boundaries or the limits of science diplomacy at the moment. Another added value could be the pooling of resources, which is important, for example, in the areas of foresight, capacity building, about also in the context of representation abroad, about IT tools that could help us, and also this link between science and policy making is something where I think we could pool resources. At the end, it is also about best practice examples that can help us to improve our national systems, especially also on the science policy interface, on these questions of trust in science, where also our ministry is now trying to establish a number of activities on how to build or to strengthen that trust. And also I think an added value of a European science diplomacy agenda would be that those activities on EU level often trigger national responses and activities, especially in smaller member states. For example, also due to the fact that on EU level we are talking about science diplomacy now for some years within SFIC, and now also with these efforts towards a European science diplomacy agenda, that has led to the fact that we also have now the topic of science diplomacy as part of our national ERA action plan. So this link between the EU and the member states, and in that case in Austria, is something that is often triggered by EU level activities and then trickles down. So this was very, very short, hopefully still informative for you, our national view on the European science diplomacy agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martina. I would like to ask to the audience if there is any question for Martina. Well, I have one at least. Jan-Marco Müller said in his presentation that the member states are participating and it's fully voluntary, it's not legally binding. And excuse my bluntness, because in the previous policy work from Marie Curie Alumni Association, we know that if it is not legally binding, member state has less interest or less resources. Austria is not the case. I myself are in Austria, so I know there are a lot of great activities going on. But as a representative of the member state, what is your view on this, especially that whether the other member state would be willing to allocate enough resources on science diplomacy?
Well, I think that's a question not only in science diplomacy, but with the whole European research area. I think that funding or also the reform of national systems is a big issue. But on the other hand, we also know that for the education and partly for science, there is the main responsibility lies with the member states. So there is actually hardly any opportunity to make it binding, so to say. So we have to somehow also rely on the willingness of the member states to contribute. And on the other hand, I hope I was also convincing in the sense that I've tried to explain that we see an added value, and actually from the work so far, I think that a lot of member states see this added value, even if it's non-legally binding. But I mean, I'm with you part of the way that yes, it depends then on the willingness of the member states to allocate resources and to do their part. But this is something we have to work with.
Thank you very much, Martina. There is another question. Can anyone give Jacek the mic?
Thank you, Martina, for this presentation. I think you mentioned a very important thing at the beginning of your presentation when you said that there are a lot of activities in different ministries happening, but they are not coordinated. And I think this is a very common situation, I think, in many countries where ministries do not often talk to each other or are even incentivized not to talk to each other in a way. So I wonder if you think this is really possible to have a joint, on the national level, to have a joint scientific diplomacy agenda or develop such an agenda, and if so, where do you think it should be a driving force? At the ministry, in the Prime Minister office, or where do you see this driving force to be effective in making that cross ministerial?
Well, thank you for that question, and it's really difficult to answer in the sense that, you know, every country is governed a little bit differently, but I think in that case also a European science diplomacy agenda would be a huge incentive, because if we manage to do that on a European level, it should be easier to do it actually on a national level. And I can just tell you that we are now trying to, at least in the first step, we have increased and step up our communication with the Foreign Ministry, and we are also in touch with the Ministry on Climate Change and Technology on those things. So I think it is a very good example that, again, that, you know, if something is happening on EU level, that this triggers and trickles down to the national level, and is a good example on how we should also step up our game. But it's not easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's thank Martina for her intervention. As we are almost catching up with the time, but we have a coffee break right now. We will start at 5 o'clock sharp, and then we'll go with the rest of the presentations. Thank you. The coffee break also is the downstairs where we had the lunch. So welcome back. I see that after the coffee break, the number of people are decreasing. I hope that some.
I hope it's not because of my presentation.
No, it's not because of your presentation, because there are still food left. For the next session, Federico will be moderating it. Federico is the current chair of the MCAA Science Diplomacy Task Force and really helped making this event a reality. So, Federico, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Mustafa. And our next talk will be from Alexis Roy. He's the CEO of the SciTech Diplo Hub Barcelona, and he will discuss about diplomacy in cities.
Thank you so much, Federico, and thank you so much, Mustafa, and the whole team for the invitation and the organization of this event. So during this afternoon, we talk about the role of many different actors in science diplomacy. Obviously, the first actors we think about are nation states, but we talk about supranational science diplomacy through the EU, also how non-profits or associations like the Marie Curie Alumni Association and or young academies or for instance, diasporas networks, they play a role in science diplomacy. I would like to talk about another emerging actor, another emerging stakeholder in science diplomacy, which is cities. In the last decades, we have been seeing how a new global order has been emerging around cities and their markets and their economies and their areas of influence rather than nation states and their hard borders. We see how cities are economic, political, and innovation powerhouses that are districtly influencing also diplomacy and international relations. In the next few years, over 65% of the economic growth is going to be generated by cities. Over 70% of population is going to be in urban areas. So that's why we talk more and more that the future of multilateralism, of this multilateral system that is mainly managed by nation states, is becoming urban. Cities have a more influential role in global issues, from climate change to global health and other hot topics we discuss every day and that we reference during this afternoon. And we can say that cities gain power, they gain influence, particularly when national governments, they withdraw from their global responsibilities. Where national governments, they don't do their part on those commitments, on those challenges that we were meant to face or fight. We see that in this increasingly volatile world where we live in, with this emergence of new forms of populism or less liberal forms of government, when those governments are not where we expect them to be, cities take this place, and we saw these during Trump administration in the US when the federal government was withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, and over 400 major cities in the United States, they were pledging to stay committed to their part in the Paris Agreement to cut the greenhouse emissions, despite of the federal government not being committed to that. We saw, and we were talking Brexit earlier today, we saw how the UK was voting to leave the EU, which is a major scientific union, while citizens in the main cities, and particularly London, they were voting to remain, and they were like going on the streets to ask for a second vote. And we saw also these 4 or 5 years ago during the great refugee crisis in the Mediterranean, where the UN was approving the UN Global Compact for migrations, but then some nation states like Hungary, but also like Italy, like Austria, like Brazil, they were withdrawing from the compact. But at the same time, in big cities, in major cities, from some of these countries, we had like big demonstrations on the streets asking to host refugees, to receive those migrants. So we see that's what we mean when we say that cities gain power and influence particularly when nation states are withdrawing from their global responsibilities. So if on the one side we see that science diplomacy is a thing, it's actually a thing, and we were discussing today many examples from national governments to other kind of stakeholders involving in science diplomacy, and we see how more and more cities are committed to the global challenges. They want to sit at a table to discuss and have their voice heard on the main global agendas. It was about time the cities also started doing their own science diplomacy strategy. And this is how in 5 years ago, in 2018, Barcelona decided to position itself as a city, as a front runner in science diplomacy, and became the world's first city to implement a science and technology diplomacy strategy. And all this started just to feature a bit the example of this case, of the case of Barcelona, as Federico was introducing. I currently lead the efforts of Barcelona in science diplomacy as the city's chief science and tech envoy. The entire ecosystem of the city, meaning all the university presidents, all the directors of all the research centers in the city, all the former mayors alive, and former ministers and other people in charge of science, technology, and public policy and foreign affairs in Barcelona and Spain, over 200 signatories, came together to sign this Barcelona Manifesto for the city-led science diplomacy, which was the seed of the creation of SciTech DiploHub, which is this non-profit public-private partnership in charge of deploying Barcelona science diplomacy and positioning Barcelona as a global lab for science diplomacy, where what we develop there can be exported and to other cities or other regions and vice versa. Other best practices that are developed in other latitudes can be applied in Barcelona. Let me just in a couple of minutes, because I know that we are a bit late today in our planned schedule, just show some examples of what does it mean when we're talking about a city science diplomacy, because it might sound a bit abstract and non-specific, and it might be difficult to imagine what specific actions a city can carry out in terms of science diplomacy. An important part of Barcelona science diplomacy is what we could call outreach, is the public diplomacy part of science diplomacy, is the soft power. It's a task of bringing the voice of the city's science and technology ecosystem into the main global fora, representing what our research centers or our tech startups are doing, for instance, to fight climate change at the COP summits. So we've been at the COP summits for the last 5 years, bringing the solutions of what our city's ecosystem are developing, or representing the city at the World Science Forum. And making sure that in the main global events and global fora of science, the voice of Barcelona's scientific ecosystem is heard. And in the same way, it also implies taking place in the main global platforms and organizations, either as from full members to observatory status as non-profit, being part of the UN Global Compact, being part of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, being at the Economic and Social Commission of the European Union, United Nations, sorry. So this kind of diplomatic effort that traditionally cities have not been doing, and through science and technologies, cities can exert a greater influence. And of course, part of this outreach is also making sure that this voice is heard on general media. So we also make sure that the general audience also know what's going on and the leadership of Barcelona in science and particularly science diplomacy. Also, an important part of Barcelona's commitment to science diplomacy is making sure that we support the development of capacities, not only in Barcelona, but elsewhere in science diplomacy. In this regard, today we have been talking about capacity building and training in several of the talks. We run several training programs. There is a summer school taking place every year. We have here many speakers and former participants of this summer school with us. So every year we gather the brightest minds in science and in diplomacy that from dozens of countries that come to Barcelona to get trained at this intersection between science, technology, and global affairs. And in the same way, we also try to export those best practices to particular governments. Last year, we trained over 40 diplomats from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, over 30 scientists from the Ministry of Science of Chile. We trained over 30 international relations officers of the 30 different cities from Europe and the Americas. So also making sure that we bring all these capacities and knowledge to professionals, not only from national governments, but also cities and other governments levels in science and technology diplomacy. Another part of engaging in science diplomacy as a city is not necessarily going abroad and taking part in all these global fora and events, but also making sure that the international diplomatic community in the city is engaging with the ecosystem. Barcelona is the third city in the world which is not a state capital, a national capital, in number of diplomatic missions in the city, only after New York because hosting the UN and Hong Kong. So these over 100 foreign consulates that are based in Barcelona that represent their countries, they were like not really engaging with the ecosystem in the city. So now every other month they visit the most innovative projects happening at our universities, research centers, and so on. And this has come to be a really successful project where we bring together the international diplomatic community in Barcelona and Spain with the ecosystem itself. In the same way that I was telling you earlier that we take part in all these international events and forums, there is also an own format of event that Barcelona has that organizes in other cities abroad, which is the Barcelona Innovation Days. Every year, Barcelona selects another hotspot for science and technology that we already work with, that our universities and research institutions have partnerships with, but that we want to foster more and better scientific and technological exchanges. And what we do is we fly there, our main stakeholders, university presidents, vice presidents, rectors, directors of research centers, CEOs of startups, public officers that work in science, technology, and foreign affairs. And for a few days, we exchange best practices in science diplomacy, but also science policy, talent attraction and retention, tech transfer, and other verticals that might be relevant for both ecosystems, life sciences, AI, whatever. And we make sure that we give time and space for networking and matchmaking, because obviously the diplomacy sometimes has this form of events, but it's not just about having fun and having a glass of wine, but also making sure that cooperation projects happen. So we've been doing this, you're seeing on screen what we did with the city of Boston, but we've done this with London, with Shanghai. We just came back a few weeks ago from Mexico, where Barcelona and Mexico City, they signed an agreement of cooperation in science, technology, innovation, and higher education. So, well, this is part of these diplomatic tasks that the city does through science and technology. As I was telling earlier, an important part of Barcelona's mission is making sure that what we do is export it to other places. So we are not the first and the only city doing science diplomacy. So in this regard, we have been working with cities like Paris, like Boston, like Helsinki in supporting their efforts in deploying their own science diplomacy. And just to finish, and making sure that Federico doesn't get mad at me, one of the today we were talking about young scientists and alumni networks like the Marie Curie one or diasporas. One of the most relevant projects of the city science diplomacy is what is called the Barcelona Alumni Network. Here we are not talking about a particular fellowship or a particular university alumni network, but a city-wide alumni. What do we mean by this? Barcelona alumni gather all the professionals from any origin that at some point studied at any of the universities in Barcelona or did research at any of the research centers or worked at our science ecosystem, and now they are abroad. They are the city's knowledge diaspora. So the network currently has over 2,000 members in over more than 30 countries, and they are the brightest minds, the brightest men and women that were educated in Barcelona, and then now they sit in positions of responsibility in foreign governments, foreign international research institutions, multinationals, and so on. So as you can imagine, they are a central part of the city's science diplomacy strategy, because they help us to identify opportunities, open doors, make connections, and so on. So also you're seeing on screen the annual meeting that usually every year gathers a few hundred of them in Barcelona in an attempt also to make them reconnect with the city and know what's going on in the ecosystem. And they are also connected through a digital platform that gathers all these professionals, so we know who's who, where they're based, and what are the areas of expertise, and how this can be valuable for them, but also for the ecosystem in the city. So at a short glance, this is an example of how cities can engage in city diplomacy, and also how you could consider supporting your city's efforts in science and technology diplomacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexis, for this very insightful presentation. Are there questions? We have one.
Thanks a lot. That is really exciting, what you showed us, and I think it's also I particularly wanted to underline. It's very telling, the fact that you mentioned that when the states kind of give up, the cities take over, and this is so true. It also means that we can see that, I think, in the cities, that the changes in the political parties which govern is less dramatic usually than this on the national level. So I think you can build a long-term relationship with the certain policies on the city level. But I wanted to ask you, because it's a great success story there. But I'm really interested in you telling us what was the driving force for it. So where was the driving force coming from? Was it a current mayor of the city doing that? Was it a bottom-up approach? Where was the driving force for it?
Thanks for the question. It was actually a grassroots initiative. Earlier we were hearing the example or the perspective or the view of Austria as a medium/small country in the EU. And those small economies that are very knowledge intensive are really very active in science diplomacy because they can exert a greater power through their leadership in science and technology. And I think that this is very replicable in the case of cities. Cities, they don't have the diplomatic tools that nation states have, but they can benefit a lot from the soft power of science and technology. And in the case of Barcelona, it's a city with a long-lasting tradition in city diplomacy, in having a voice in many issues, from refugees to climate and so on. And at the same time, it has a really strong scientific ecosystem. So it was also, that's a bit entering into politics, but also you might remember that a few years ago there was a bid for independence in Catalonia, so there was a political conflict between the Catalan government and the government in Spain. So the international narrative was mainly about this political conflict that needed to be resolved. And the people at the ecosystem, they were like, okay, but we're not talking science abroad, we need to do something. So it was like this manifesto was coming from the scientists and the people working at the ecosystem and coming together and say, hey, let's do something and let's try to launch this as a non-profit, and then we'll see if the government comes when they see that these are reality, when they want to be in the picture. But now it's a public-private partnership, and we have the city council, the local government, and so on in the governance. But in all these kind of projects, the governance is another whole discussion too. You're welcome.
Any other question?
Thank you for the presentation. Having some friends in Barcelona that were diplomats, in diplomatic stuff in Brussels before, I was interested. And actually, I texted him to say, do you know anything about this? But I was wondering, how then can you said that it's a grassroots program, right? But then, mayor change and, you can have, if it's established, then, you can stay independent, but how to guarantee this independency, or, how to use it then will change depending on who is going to be governing the city, or the priorities of the city change, and then it might change, or which is the vision there?
Yeah. Thanks for your question. Actually, this is directly connected with what we were just saying, like the governance. When you create a project, you need to make sure that the governance is stable enough, and governance mean which stakeholders are there at the table to decide things, but also who's funding what, because at the end, money is what's driving many decisions. So that this is a public-private partnership where in the board of the organization we have the local government, but also the regional government, but also all the universities and research centers, but also the main private philanthropic institution that finance science in Spain. This kind of diversity is what allows that we are less dependent on a particular political cycle or a political movement. And that's what helps that, unless a crazy mayor that is against science comes to power, the city is going to be involved into the project, because it's something that goes beyond which party is in power, but what about the more like civil part of the civil servants part of the administration. Welcome.
For the sake of time, we will have to move on, but I'm sure that the discussion will be continuing. Thank you, Alexis. Now I can call to the floor our next speaker, Gianluigi Riva. He's a qualified attorney at law specialized in contracts, IT law and data protection, and he's also a PI for the project Prime Liberties at the Bocconi University. Today we will hear from him about data diplomacy.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
What's the greatest paradox in law? So the law assumes everybody knows it. You cannot claim ignorance against the law. But if you have to enforce it, you need to rely on someone that studied it for 5 years at least. So it contradicts itself, because it shows that you need 5 years to understand how it works. I started by the legal system because it is the outcome, the final outcome of any science diplomatic policy activity. But I would like to step back on society. So our society system is based on science and technology. But on the one hand, policymakers, only a few policymakers know science, and on the other hand, a few researchers and scientists know how policy making works. But in the middle of it, 99% of the population does know anything about both of these domains, and this is a problem because we have weird mixture of ignorance and power on different levels. We have a horizontal ignorance about fields that don't speak to each other, scientists or policymakers that are not able to understand each other, and on the vertical level there's no comprehension and so no effective communication of the respective positions. So let's add a bit of other complexity to the table. We are also a data society, and increasingly our governments, our policymakers are relying on data-driven decisions. The pandemic showed how it is important in several contexts, but also the limitations. So our governance just relied on something that was an outcome from the data or an outcome from the experts, without critical political decisions. This goes also with the evidence-based decisions in a world of data. And I leave aside all the debate, because we have no time, about post-truth and how we could find evidence about different or opposite things. The problem is about, let's say, transparency and accessibility, also considering the new technologies that are on the edge. Think about the hype nowadays with ChatGPT, that sooner or later will help our policymakers in their understanding of what they are talking about, what they are studying about. But the issue there is the paradigms that a technology like that use to find in the sources available. So transparency, which is a sort of dogma nowadays in our society, is nothing without accessibility. What I mean, if I give to you a civil code, it's pretty transparent, but unless you have those 5 years of knowledge, of understanding, is not accessible. There are several platforms that are open access, even with the code, but I don't have, or I have a few skills of coding, I'm not able to access this data. So the problem here, for what I see, is about literacy. Digital literacy, scientific literacy, but most of all, legal literacy. We don't teach in our schools at the secondary level nor at the higher level the two most important matters to be an active citizen, which are law and economics. We don't teach them. And that's a problem. In a data-driven society, where privacy is another issue, that's my domain, It's a great problem, and I give you another example. I'm sure that 99% of you today think about privacy in terms of data ownership. I own my data. I have the property of my data. That is wrong. That is another conception, not belonging to the EU. So what we need, what I stress is that, again, our system is like the first assumption of the law that I told to you. Assumes that highly educated people and researchers know about how the system works, but it's not that way. And we cannot think that they are somehow illuminated by some knowledge, or the knowledge grow on the tree. That happens only in the Garden of Eden. So we need a program, we need something, we need to push the agenda for education on these fields in order to let people really understand each other. Because if not, we don't have any shared taxonomy, and the more we go into a data-driven society, a technological-driven society, a scientific society, the more we want to understand each other. There's a Chinese saying who tells, if you plan for 1 year, grow rice. If you plan for 10 years, plant a tree. But if you plan for the life, educate people.
Thank you, Gianluigi, for this very, very interesting talk. And now, if there are some questions that you would like to ask. I have one to start. You pointed the focus on like secondary school and the basic level of instruction. Do you think that there should also be like a level of harmonization at the European level of the school system in the European countries in order to push legally or non-legally binding the countries to, let's say, impose the teaching of economics and law in school?
Well, that for sure would help, and I think it could be a good idea, at least to have, if not imposed, a shared program. Let's touch base on the research field, for instance. I know firsthand a lot of researchers who don't know how to protect their own ideas, their own products, their own research. And they come at a later stage, maybe to the legal office of their university, just to discover that they cannot anymore protect their inventions. In Japan, if I'm not wrong, they start teaching legal matters at 11 years old children. Because if you want to protect your rights, your own positions, you need to know how to do it. So I'm for surely an implementation by the EU, but it will take a lot of time because probably they have more pressure on other topics. Education is not always the main or first topic in the agenda.
Thank you. We have another question.
So I wanted to maybe touch a little bit on what you said. You mentioned the EU level would be the good place to do that, but at the same time, a lot of aspects of law and economics are state-specific in a way, and they are also time-dependent, I would say, so they're changing in time. Of course, there are elements which don't, but there are elements which do. And so firstly, how do you think this is really possible to design it, the course or whatever, in a way that it is transferable geographically and timely? And if yes, are there any examples of that which we could use scientific diplomacy to start and promote?
Surely, thank you for the question. Yes, I would say that when there's the political willing to do something, they are pretty able to do it. And recent or less recent chronicles teach us so. The example is the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. So harmonization deals with directives. Directives serve the scope of harmonize. But the EU has also many tools to impose its visions, and is what is actually doing with the regulations, which are directly enforceable in all the member states. So I would say that the diversities in the regulation in the national systems are a treasure that we should maintain, but for specific areas. As we move to a global society with global issues, we need a global regulation, or let's say a European regulation on those matters. So this could be the example that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, one more. Do we have one more question? Okay.
Thank you. I will be really fast. I see that education is actually very much in the discussion on the EU levels as we're looking at the challenges at the missions. But as soon as we get down to the implementation and operational levels, it disappears. So maybe this is an issue that needs to be taken up in the context of what do we need research on and where are the gaps, because we do also need research on educational issues and matters. So maybe the way forward would be to look at strengthening educational research in the EU context.
Thank you. Yes, I would agree, actually. So I think, personally, maybe it's a utopistic thought that leave aside secondary schools, but at least in universities, all the faculties should have a basic teaching of law, contract law, constitutional law, and nowadays probably IPR and data protection law. So absolutely agree.
Thank you, Jean-Luigi, for your talk.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll move. Now we'll move on for our next speaker, Professor Renaud Jolivet. He's a full professor at the Maastricht Center for System Biology, and he's also the representative for individual researchers and innovators at the ERA Forum, and an elected member of the board of directors at the Organization of Computational Neuroscience. His talk today will be about the need for science diplomacy in brain research. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm a neuroscientist, so I'm going to go a bit off topic, but hopefully I will connect back to science diplomacy at some point. And as every academic, I'm going to try to convince you that you should give more money to my field. Okay, so I didn't know if we were going to do introduction, so these are my credentials. So I'm a neuroscientist. I've had a weird career. I also spent some time at CERN, so I have a vision of what large-scale science can be. And I guess I'm a practitioner of science diplomacy because I currently sit in the ERA Forum as the stakeholder representative for individual researchers and innovators. So I guess I'm representing a lot of you here in the ERA Forum, which is the high-level European Commission Science Policy Initiative, or Forum. Yeah, and I'm going to keep this very short. So today there are these definitions of science, or different types of science diplomacy. And the one I'm particularly interested in here today is diplomacy for science, which I find often people refer to typically initiatives like CERN, but there are others as big successes of diplomacy for science. And I will try to convince you that there is actually an opportunity here for neuroscience and maybe a need, especially in the European context. So I'm not going to bore everyone with things about the brain, This is a cartoon representation of cellular tissue, an artist representation of cellular tissue. So you can see the brain is really complex. That's the key message here. There's a lot of stuff in it, very many different cell types, and they are kind of connected to each other in an intricate manner. And as you can imagine, this is a very difficult task to try to figure out how the brain works. And I would argue we've reached the limit of what we can do with the traditional university model and small team research. So we are facing this problem of dealing with an extremely complex organ. Neuroscientists like to think that this is the most complex organ, but I guess so do other scientists think about their favorite organ. It operates on many different temporal and spatial scales. So, for instance, for a few milliseconds to an entire life. Oh, all right. And the brain doesn't only contain neurons. That's what I mean by the brain is not a neural network. There's a lot of stuff we don't really know, or we know what it is, but we don't really have a clear understanding of what they do. And so there are new models that are emerging to try to investigate how the brain works, new model of how research is being performed. And one of these is the Allen Institute for Brain Science that is based in Seattle. It was founded by Paul Allen of Microsoft fame. And they do some kind of Fordism applied to the neurosciences, right? So they do very large-scale neuroscience research. They produce massive amounts of data, then they make public on the internet for people to use. So it's a very good initiative. It's a very large initiative that is now being heavily supported by the US government as well. But it had to emerge outside of the traditional university model, sorry. And it's based in the US. And there's another initiative that is from some colleagues of mine called the International Brain Laboratory, which is a completely different model of doing research, but essentially everyone stays in his or her lab, but there's an effort made to try to synchronize and systematize the acquisition of experimental data. If you look at the population of PIs in the International Brain Laboratory, you will see that it's about 22 teams, I think, the last time I checked, but most of them are based in the US, a lot of them in the UK. And so we are facing a scenario where there are these new people in the field are starting to call them brain observatories. So this kind of dedicated large-scale neuroscience research labs that operate on a relatively different model than the traditional academic model. But mostly they've emerged in the UK and in the US. And this is a slide, slide I lifted from the internet. It's the economy of platforms, so big software companies. And they are represented here by market capitalization and split into geographical region. And you can see that Europe is not doing that great. It's about double the size of Africa by market capitalization, and we are completely left behind the Americas and the Asia-Pacific region. And so I think there's a real risk that neuroscience and neurotechnologies, in neuroscience and neurotechnologies, Europe is going to be left behind again, and that we are going to miss this turn. And so that's my pitch for my field of research. I think there's an opportunity here for the European Science Diplomacy Alliance to maybe use the neurosciences maybe as a model or as a toy example of what science diplomacy could do, and to try to go towards a CERN-like structure for the neurosciences and neurotechnology. This is a picture of the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, by the way, which is one of the largest research infrastructures in the world. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Renaud. Are there questions? Please.
Well, thanks for the presentation. I really know nothing about neurosciences, but I just wanted to ask, isn't the Human Brain Project that you funded one a kind of a CERN-like initiative in this direction?
It's finishing now, right? So 2023 is the last year of the Human Brain Project. I think it will terminate in March or in September. There's a successor project, which is eBrains, where I actually sit in the Science and Technology Committee. But eBrains is not really a platform to acquire data. It's a platform, it's a distributed platform of simulation pipelines. So it doesn't really deal with the large-scale data acquisition, which I think is necessary, which is the model that has been pioneered in the US and by the International Brain Laboratory. And so the Human Brain Project's legacy was to trigger these other projects, which in a way seem to have found maybe a better model of how to do this. And so in Europe, we are left with something that is good, but that we are missing this data acquisition component that doesn't really exist at that scale at the moment.
Are there other questions?
There was one there.
Yes, we have one.
Thanks for this talk. So I particularly enjoyed the fact that you underlined something which you didn't talk today about, which is using infrastructure, whether it is a database or something else, as a tool for research infrastructure, as a tool for science diplomacy. And it worked in many places with the different type of like synchrotrons or things like this in Africa or Middle East and so on. But I wanted to maybe stir a little bit the pot, because in Europe, especially industries sometimes are afraid, and European countries sometimes as well, are afraid of this model of, we promote the open access and open science model, that we publish our data openly, but there is some criticism sometimes coming over, saying Europe is generating all this data open, and then other countries around are taking this data and doing research which is then IP protected on the basis of this data. So do you see this as a real danger, and maybe we as Europe can now use the data Americans produce to do the reverse?
Yeah, so in the case, I think you have a valid point. I think that this is a critical point to be taken into account, because not all the countries are publishing their data in the same open fashion. At the moment in neuroscience, for this kind of data, so for looking at the activity in the brain of rodents, the Allen Institute is just dumping everything on the internet for the whole community to use. But there is a lot of research in the US on neurotechnologies and brain-machine interfaces, where presumably a lot of it is sponsored by DARPA, and probably a lot of it is never really published. But if we don't do anything, we will not have access to any of these technologies, right? So I think we need to have similar initiatives in Europe, otherwise we will be completely left behind in that arena as well. It's not the only one, by the way.
Okay, I think that for the sake of time, we should move on, but I'm sure that Renaud will be here to address any other question that you might have. Thank you very much, Renaud. Thank you. Now we have our last speaker of the day, Dr. Marga Gual-Soler. She's an international expert, advisor, and educator in science diplomacy, and she helps government, universities, and organizations understand the role of science in foreign policy. She also worked at the IIAS and the Research, Innovation, and Science Experts Group. Her talk today will be about the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. Please.
Thank you so much. Am I supposed to manage this, or is it coming from some cloud? Or sorry.
There's no magic.
Just want to make sure I'm... Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I realize I'm the one standing between you and the dinner, or the siesta and the dinner. I recommend both, not to be stereotypical of being in Spain, but I'm from Spain, so I can make those jokes. So thank you so much for the invitation. It's so great to be back in this community. It is really a long journey, and just on a personal note, it has been, I remember when I was in an advisory group to Commissioner Moedas, when all of this was an idea and a theory and a dream and a vision, and it's amazing how far we got, and now we have all these very concrete projects and initiatives and implementation. And so I think my first lesson learned is that science diplomacy takes time. And so we really, we have to be patient. And of course there are pandemics and things that get in the way, but I'm very, very happy to see this community thriving and growing every day stronger. And thanks to Mostafa and all the team in the association for putting this together. And also Alex, I don't know if she's here. So Today I'm gonna, so I always go in the end because the talk is always about the future, and it's kind of the good way to end. And I want to talk about, so I think we've already touched on this a few times, on this question of science diplomacy, anticipation, foresight, so the question of the future. And so I am recently with the new organization, GESDA, the Geneva Science Diplomacy Anticipator, which was created as a public-private partnership between the Confederation, the city, and the Canton of Geneva to infuse the international system, in the multilateral system in Geneva with the capacity to anticipate science and technology developments for better governance and better diplomatic frameworks. So why is that? I think it's obvious, and we already talked about it, so I don't have to repeat it, but of course the pace of science is accelerating, and policy is always in a risk of falling behind and being reactive. And so what what we believe is that we have to address at the same pace the speed of the scientific developments, but also the governance issues at the same time and together. So GESDA is a think tank and a do tank, and I'll tell you a bit more of how we do these things and how we partner with the different communities. So why is GESDA in Geneva? So Geneva is the city with the highest density of international organizations, diplomatic missions. UN agencies is the seat of the UN headquarters for Europe, and also a number of international NGOs, multinational companies, and there's a very distinguished history of institutions being created in Geneva, such as the League of Nations, the precursor of the United Nations, also CERN, which we just heard about a few times today, the Red Cross, etc. And so this ecosystem is really the fertile ground for innovating in the way we do multilateralism. And I think it has been discussed today at length how the multilateral system is at risk, whether is it fit for purpose or not, is it outdated, how are we going to work together when the world is more fragmented than ever, but all of our challenges are transboundary and require collaboration. So how are we going to manage this paradox? So it is essential to work with all of these organizations that already exist and already bring all of the member states and all of the stakeholders, and they have embedded basically the governance in them. So how do we infuse this system with science and technology anticipation? And the idea of anticipation, really, we come at this from a perspective of an honest broker, meaning that anticipation doesn't mean we say what's good or bad or what's going to be good or bad for humanity, because those are questions that require value judgments. They are ethical questions, philosophical questions, right? And as we saw today with other presentations, more countries and organizations are thinking about this values approach and whether we are being now we are putting some conditions for international collaboration, but depending on which values do we have. And so how do we translate this into a science diplomacy conceptualization and the theory and the framework? And so you of course know the classic AAA as Royal Society framework, and now the need for updating this framework in this new world. And many of these innovations in the concept come from the three projects. The Horizon project in science diplomacy, LCID, S4D4C, and Insight. And I am very proud to have been part of S4D4C, also advisor to Insight, and having really benefited from the intellectual and also practical and educational advances that this consortium have made. And it has been really a game changer. So just very quickly, what do we mean when we try to contribute a new or an additional layer to science diplomacy on this anticipation domain? Anticipation means that it's quite obvious. We have to try to predict what impacts science and technology are going to have in diplomacy, in geopolitics, in global governance, before those innovations are deployed into the world. So we know what happens with CRISPR, what happened with the Dolly, the sheep, what happened with ChatGPT, what happened with AI. So all of the technologies that are deployed first without this thinking in anticipation inevitably are going to be weaponized. There will be dual use, there will be benefits for ones and not for the others. So how can we think in the next 25 years what innovations are going to come into reality, into the market, for example, neurotechnologies that we just heard from Renaud, or quantum computing, and can we allow us the thinking, the time, space to predict those or to prepare those governance frameworks before the technology is basically deployed and out into the world, right, and tangible in the world. And so that's what we say. There cannot be diplomatic acceleration without anticipation. The second element of the framework that we want to contribute is honest brokering, and I was just referring to it. The question of values now. So science and technology are now part of the geopolitical agendas of the ideological, societal elements, so intertwined that it is very difficult to determine what is beneficial for whom, right? And everybody, every country, every stakeholder has a different, perhaps, perception of what should be done regarding one technology or the other. So honest brokering means we can provide the best prediction in terms of where technology is going, and then we can come together and say, okay, if we have if we must have a global framework, what does that look like? And so just that being in Switzerland, and as you know, Switzerland has a tradition of mediating and being a space that tries to be neutral, to bring together parties and countries that sometimes are not agreeing in certain things, but allowing that conversation in the most neutral way possible. And then the third dimension is multilateralism, because Geneva, International Geneva, is one of the hotspots of multilateralism in the world. So all of the focus in science diplomacy that we have is about multilateral science diplomacy. And of course, there are many other bilateral approaches, but Switzerland really has a focus, and JSDA being created as an independent foundation, but also an instrument for positioning Switzerland and Geneva in this new role for science and multilateralism. Really, the focus is to work on global action and global benefit. So how do we do this? We have what we call the anticipatory situation room methodology. Anticipation, I already, I tried to explain it. We basically ask every year scientists from around the world working on the cutting edge fields, for example, neurotech, quantum computing, geoengineering, innovations that are not yet feasible and tangible, but scientists believe that they could be in the next 5, 10, or 25 years. Then we bring together the stakeholders in the same way that Gianmarco was describing, having task forces, co-chair science and diplomacy to try to imagine what a future governance framework could be for those scientific advances, and then translation. So what does it mean to actually put together a governance framework or a diplomatic envelope for a new technology? And I'll show you an example in a minute. So this is what we call the anticipatory situation room methodology. So the instrument for gathering these predictions, and I know scientists, and I also have a scientific background. Scientists are not comfortable being too categorical about what, or certain about where the field is going in the next 25 years, right? We don't know. But can we make guesses on how mature and how ready those advances are and what could be possible? So we run an annual survey to map those fields that are the most likely to impact society, geopolitics, global governance. So not just basic science or for the sake of knowledge, but really those innovations that could have an impact. And this is not always obvious. We think about CRISPR, all these decades that we studied CRISPR in yeast, and then suddenly it could create a new species, basically, of the human species, right? So that is sometimes this leap is done so fast, and you really need to start working with the scientists in thinking about this very early. So we have 4 platforms: AI and quantum, human augmentation, where, for example, neurotech is one of the key ones, genetic engineering, synthetic biology. Yeah, okay. 1 minute. Third one is eco-regeneration and geoengineering, and the fourth one is science and diplomacy in terms of new diplomatic tools and computational diplomacy. So you can check this on the website. It's an actual radar that you can click, and the further the dot is from the center means the least is in the radar of policymakers today, so the more potential or urgency for anticipation this topic has. So I will, I'm going backwards. I will leave you to read it on your own time. But an example of how to do this, so our first concrete solution that we have incubated, we call them solutions, is the Open Quantum Institute. So it is like a CERN for quantum technologies, especially quantum computing, will be ready for real world application in about 10 years. So we have 10 years to bring together the academic, the diplomatic, the businesses, the corporations to anticipate and avoid a divide in the world between those who have quantum capabilities and those who don't, like we're seeing now with the race for AI. So how can we avoid that? We need to start now for the next 10 years. We also, another instrument we have is an annual summit. You are all invited every October, second week of October in Geneva, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipation Summit, where we discuss these topics in detail with the task forces. And the third one, last one, and I finish, is because I want to really this group to be aware, is the creation, so together with this dimension of anticipatory science diplomacy, we also want to create a curriculum. And so how do we train the science diplomacy ecosystem in this anticipatory layer? And one of the first pilots that we've done is a Science Diplomacy Week program in Geneva every May. And we have Valeria and Renaud who also were there last year. So if you want to know how the experience was, please ask them. I hope they will say good things about it. But this is a program put together by 14 institutions in Geneva, Switzerland, and also international scientific diplomatic actors together to figure out what content, tools, methodologies, curriculum this anticipatory science diplomacy means, right, for people and actors to be in power with those skills and tools. So the application for this year, Science Diplomacy Week, is open until March 5th, and we have scholarships available. So no excuse, everybody can apply, and this is the address, sdweek.global. You can ask me tonight, tomorrow, anything about it, but we'd love to have representation of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance and a lot of the fellows as well. So thank you so much, and sorry for speaking this fast, but now I think we're all free for the siesta and the dinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marga. Are there any questions? Yes, we have one.
Hi, thank you very much. Amazing work and presentation. So my name is Nadia Metwi. I'm the chair of Genders, Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Working Group of the MCAA. But my paid job is assistant professor in responsible artificial intelligence, data and digitalization. I work at TU Delft, and there is a faculty that is called Technology Policy and Management, where there is a lot of awareness that technology is our socio-technical systems, they impact a lot of society. And it has been happening for a while, so now people are comfortable with the idea. But trying to also present technology as a political, technological system still gets a bit of resistance, especially in the classrooms or when you try to establish research beyond our faculty. So I guess my question is, do you have any tips how to bring it to the classroom or to academia, these disciplines such as like theory justice coming from political theories and the technology which in academia almost never meet? Mm-hmm. Any tips on how to do that? Maybe collaborating with private public or whatever tips you have to bring it closer to academia. Because also my understanding, and maybe I understood wrong, you take inputs from academia, yes, and mature the ideas elsewhere. So is there a way to bring it the other way around? Thank you.
That's an excellent question, and absolutely, it should not be a one-way. It should not be a one-way street in terms of taking the knowledge from academia and then bringing it to the diplomatic, societal, and then going back, right? Because exactly that reflexivity, I think, is important in academia itself. So the way we organize our work is having task forces that are half academia broadly, meaning that science as in social science, natural sciences broadly, and then diplomatic also broadly. It's not just the career diplomat strictly, but actually we have members of parliament, we have multilateral UN members, so it really is a broad coalition. And it is very interesting because what that reveals is exactly those different views depending on what background or your school of thought you come from. And science diplomacy is actually, I think, contested in the sense of many fields claiming, and I think in the consortiums, many of our colleagues have done, for example, Team Flink, right? The question of where science diplomacy fits. Is it in STS? Is it in history of science? Is it in international relations? Is it in political science? And philosophy. So where is it that, and it's fascinating that you can find amazing papers that actually, I mean, it really fits in all of them, right? And you can have really the framing and the approach from everything. I think that's what makes it fascinating. And watching a field kind of build and evolve in real time is not something that we get to do very often. But just on the question of justice, and you mentioned also gender, I think the opportunity that we have is that when we merge fields like science and diplomacy that were not together and now we're trying to merge them, to not perpetuate the discrimination and the systemic structural injustices that come both in the scientific world and in the diplomatic world in terms of gender, for example, in other issues. So I think if we are more intentional and we have already the awareness that what we bring from those fields to create the new one and what we leave behind, because those were these inherited structural issues that we don't want to perpetuate. So this, I think about this a lot, and I'm always fascinated by how the different schools of thought collide and create something new. Maybe it is a kind of a Higgs boson type of reaction. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Now, if there are no more pressing questions, I would thank Marga again for her interesting intervention.
Thank you so much.
And I can give the word again to Mostafa for the concluding remarks. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Federico. Thank you, Marga. I think there are not that much to talk about after such an intriguing presentation and talk from science diplomacy, from the basic to really novel idea like data diplomacy, brain research. It's really kind of, in a way, overwhelming in a positive way. So we need to reflect back what happened today and then see what we can come up with these interventions. I can say that, I mean, thank you very much for coming here. Thank you very much for your participation. Here you have seen today what our alliance member or global networking partner are doing all over the world. It is kind of, in a way, still now fragmented. It's a kind of bottom-up initiative in most of the cases, but you have the opportunity to contribute as the member of the alliance, because I see whoever here are part of the alliance member, contribute in developing further in this agenda. For example, Marga just right now talked about the curriculum. Maybe we should discuss separately. There is from the alliance member, the Politecnico di Milano, we together with them, we are actually developing a PhD course on science diplomacy, and we could probably link this curriculum with you. So there are a lot of synergies. We could work together. There are a lot of ways we could collaborate together. So I invite you to join actively in the alliance. And if you're a member of MCAA, you can always join through your member organization, because the alliance is an organization of organizations, basically. With this, I would also ask you to look at our agendas over the upcoming period. There will be a lot more activity, and if you're not subscribed yet, subscribe to the Alliance newsletter so that we can provide you updated information. With this, I'd like to thank all the speakers online, on site. Thank you very much for coming. It was a wonderful event. Just one thing to do, which we haven't done yet, the last thing. May I ask everyone to come here because we'd like to take a picture here, and then probably our support colleague could help us